edge, back from the rim of the world, from the world of reality to the world of fantasy. We return. We return. We return, we return, we return, we return. We return. We return. We return. We return. Obey me. We return. We return. Okay, we're back. Sweet. Hi, everyone. This is Matt. You're a chaotic writer. It's great to see all of you. What happened? Everything's missing. It's all gone. It's all gone. The stuff on my walls, it's gone. Well, tonight is actually the very last night that you are going to see me in this particular apartment. As you see, there is junk everywhere. I will be moving to another apartment in the same building. Why in the same building? Well, it's not like I don't like the building. I also like the fact that I have super fast internet. I wonder if there's another reason. Maybe it has something to do with the the weather. Anyways, sorry. Hi, everyone. So we're back with the second part of Truffle is Brewing. This is a standalone. I don't think it's proper to say one shot. It is a standalone adventure brought to you by Project Aurora. What is Project Aurora? That is a good question. Well, thank you for asking that. You're welcome. Project Aurora is a living universe setting with many campaigns, many DMs, many more players in one universe where all of this stuff takes place in. This is part of Leonios, which is the main continent on the planet Tahiri in the Auroraverse. So we are going to dig deep into the realm, into the city of Dalgarum. And we are going to return to our players who have begun a journey tracking down the origins of a very, very dangerous drug known as truffle. What this drug does in its totality, it is unknown. It is difficult to say. However, perhaps soon, our characters will find out. For all of you that are joining, hello, it's great to see you. Project Aurora, as I had mentioned, if you are interested, if that's a community that sounds really fun to you, go over to the doobly-doo, over there. Right over there. Sorry, doobly-doo's down there. Chat's over there. Got it switched around. So doobly-doo, chat. Doobly-doo, chat. Microphone, desk, old apartment, me. Chaotic writer. So let's go ahead and take my loopy ass, crazy, and some conjuring up the energy after a crazy week personality, and we're gonna bring it over to the game scene, and we're gonna say hello to our players for this evening. There are 5. Count them on your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so, I bring them back from the realm of silence.
He's
Hello.
waving his fingers.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh my goodness, hello. You left us in the abyss for too long. We started going crazy.
I'm started seeing things.
Kind of was looking really delicious at some point.
Will make me turn to a wolf.
Well, if that is what like 5 minutes of time was for all of you, I can't imagine what the last 2 weeks was like for all of you, having to wait for the next session.
You guys don't hear them too?
The voices.
I thought that was just in my head.
Eat them. Eat them.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Oh no.
That sounds like the truffle talking.
This is the trouble.
Yeah.
We've been breathing it this whole time.
We indulged.
Bad for you.
So, we have 5 players. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of those players is the extravagant, ever fantastic, ever dwarf playing Atomic Merc, playing as Duval.
Hello, everyone. Excited to finish this story out.
Excellent. The other is the magnificent, the unrivaled, bunny hopping individual playing Turnip, of which is none other than the Beefy Boy Rising.
Howdy ho, ready to go.
Following Beefy Boy Rising, we have the renowned, the ever charismatic, but the sleuth of the team, Miram 1, playing as Farron.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. I'm ready to learn some more about Truffle.
You and everyone else. Finally, no, not finally, we got 2 more. Next up, we have the amazing, the utterly brilliant, utterly bread making Phildo Baggins, playing as Hal, otherwise known as Hal Bjorn.
Hello, heart of gold, stomach of iron.
Excellent. And then finally, we have the adjective, the ever adjective, and more adjective, kicking ass, taking names, the ever illustrious Dusty Pan, being played by Joe.
That's the plan. Let's do this.
All right, we are going to do this, but before we do this, I do have a question for all of you. It isn't the normal D&D playing question. That's going to be the next one I have to ask you. However, all of your characters, if you had the opportunity to go on holiday as your character, but in the real world, where do you imagine your character would go for holiday?
Is this a popcorn reading endeavor?
This is yes, popcorn reading. Whoever. Oh, it's you know what? I think Atomic's gonna go first. What do y'all say? I'll go first.
No! My snark. Well, I do believe if I were to take a trip into the world of the living, I believe that probably go to some place warm, like Hawaii, perhaps. And I think I'm gonna popcorn it on over to my good friend Hal.
A what? Completely unprepared. Oh my goodness. Hal, I would have to, I'd have to take a trip to the Pacific Northwest. There's something wonderful about a lot of trees, a lot of rain, a lot of camping, a lot of exploring. Yeah, and I'm gonna pass it on over to Dusty Pan.
Yeah, for the holidays, I'm not too much one for sitting out in the cold, so I'd probably be somewhere nice and cozy as well, and drinking a lot of eggnog. Let's see, I'll pass it on over to Miram.
Oh, let's see. I believe that if I were to be on holiday, I'd probably have to go somewhere full of mystery, full of interesting stories.
You brought that voice with you.
Yeah, I was just typing in the Discord. I love the voice.
So good.
We'll see if it stays the whole time.
It definitely won't, but we'll try.
We had been poking around because we assumed he was trying to keep his identity secret. We assumed he'd have a different accent this time around.
Stay tuned.
Well, there's only one individual left to ask this question to. So, yeah, since we're doing popcorn,
Well, if I'm the only one who's left to go, I guess I'll speak. Hailing from the colder regions of the world, if I had anywhere to stay, and vacation, it would probably be the beautiful fjords of Norway. The breathtaking views, nice ocean breeze, nothing you can't miss there.
excellent. Well, it seems like we have our full roster of individuals and where they would go if they were in the real world. But of course, I guess the only other question to ask is everybody ready to play some Dungeons and Dragons?
Yes.
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 And so we shall. As I kick on the music and we return to session. Last session, our intrepid group of adventurers were basically called together by destiny, or by a flyer, requisitioning the need of adventurous citizens and travelers to come forth and perform a duty for our local sheriff. That local sheriff has been toiling with the rise of a very particular, well, I guess you can say infestation. Infestation is a little bit of a the rise of a drug epidemic, I guess is the better term, of a substance known as truffle. After seeing a sample of what this, well, various drug looks like and knowing a little bit about what the sheriff had heard, they decide to venture off towards the Cinderforge market. However, en route, they are assailed by rats. Many rats. Many rats. Enough rats to come together and become another creature altogether. And upon their first battle together, fighting this rat golem, behind it left a skull after they had defeated it. And knowing that they needed to understand more about the origins of the skull, they took it to a location known as the Dalgur Academy of Magic, where an individual there provided a glimpse of lore and told them that there may be more to uncover in due time. And so, with that piece of business out of the way, our characters finally made their way to Cinderforge Market, asked around, tried to gain more information about what they had heard, who had been seen, who potentially had been threatened, and trying to put together a broader picture of who is responsible, who is part of this ring of crime, of devastating drug crime here in Dalgur Aelin, a location within the city of Dalgurum, the city of dwarves. And so, without too much further ado, we are going to return to the scene at the Cinderforge Market, where we have our 5 adventurers. Farron, Halbjorn, Duval, Dusty Pan, and Turnip. After you have managed to gain more clues as to who may be involved and have gained a reinforced indication to go to what is known as the Dagger's Den. At this moment, as you are standing here yet in the Cinderforge Market, and before you make the decision to move onward, is there anything that you say, and is there anything that you do?
I think.
I say.
Oh, go ahead.
Apologies. I say that we gathered quite the information from here. Yes. Perhaps it best for us to move on, or shall we consider asking the other shopkeepers?
Well, personally, I'm pretty keen on getting to that drink, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, the rat. You have a serious rat problem in this city.
Yeah,
I'll drink
that we do. That we do.
I'll drink to that.
Indeed.
The way I see it, we have a location and we have a person that we're looking for. And also we have drinks and food waiting for us. So,
But I will say, you know your way around these shops here even better than I do. So, if you feel that it would be best to get some more information down, I could wait for that drink, honestly.
I believe
Think-
we've gathered quite enough information here. If you all are ready to go.
Sounds good to me.
Well, what do we know so far? It is a dwarf, for sure. Dark hair. That kind of narrows it down.
Just a smidge.
Well, we've cut the majority of the population in half, so yes, we're headed in the right direction nonetheless. Don't forget, we've also got them with, I believe, dark clothing as well.
Smoked, if I remember correctly.
Correct. Right. We've had mention of drow. Dark drow around. So we do have some things to go off of. So Farron actually goes to his notebook and writes down some of the extra information, because I believe we had not gotten a chance to reconvene after all the information. So the shopkeep gave Hal and Turnip some information, and we didn't get a chance to really discuss that. And also, I don't think Farron discussed what he had gotten from the other NPCs. Am I correct about that?
I don't think we actually reconvened and shared everything, but I just presumed we
Okay.
did.
Right. Okay. I mean, I would ask Chaotican if that's is that something the players were assumed to have done at this point?
Assumed to have ...
Done at this point?
share information about what Hal and Turnip found out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything like sharing information between each of you, you can basically say, "I share this information," and then that's it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna have you have the entire
Okay, just making sure.
conversation over again.
You sure you don't want us to RP
I was ready to have Hal do this whole like Charlie thing from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with his notebook, circling dark drow and dwarf and big red circles.
Gonna put it up on a poster board with thumbtacks and red string.
Yeah, I got it. Look, I go into this long thing explaining to the group. That's who we're looking for. We find the dwarf and the drow. We find the drugs.
Then it all starts at the tavern.
Oh, about time.
Did you guys know that a lot of
you?
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna be like Hal just inserts. Do you know that a lot of a lot of adventurers get some of their first fatalities in a tavern? I mean, I'm just letting you know, like sometimes the chances of walking into a tavern and walking out alive, can drain down to like the single digits depending on what happens.
Have you visited many taverns then?
I've worked in a tavern, unfortunately.
Duval's just gonna like clap a hand on Hal's shoulder and be like, "You worry too much. I'll keep it safe."
And as a cleric, I'm just voicing my concerns. That's all. But lead the way.
And as a paladin, I say, let's drink.
I could use a drink in my system.
Yes. Worried about the worldly problems. Take a drink. Worried about murder.
Yes.
Take a drink. Worried about
Indeed.
conspiracies around drugs. Take a drink.
Indeed.
Well, you're the one who knows the city the best, so you should lead the way, Duval.
Yeah, I will probably just still doing my very bad tour guide thing. Like, I'm not actually giving important places. I'm like, and this is where I got in a fight once. I kicked his ass. Like,
Oh, really?
He's not really giving much information that is relevant to
Oh,
actual
that's-
tourism.
that's just having all of it. He has his arm around your shoulders, like, oh, wonderful! You fought someone here, huh? Is that what that bloodstain over there is?
Oh yeah, they never cleaned it up. But yeah, I will definitely take them to the Dagger's Den Drinkery, I think it's called.
The Dagger's Den Drinkery. You dig?
And before we get there, do I know the types of people that go there? Like, is this like a seedier kind of bar, or is this like a place where if you were visiting and you were new here, is this where you would go?
This is your neighborhood, so well, let's double check. It's Duval's is speaking, correct?
Yeah.
All right. It's your neighborhood, so history check with advantage, and I will let you know more about this bar.
All right. History check with advantage. Wow. All right.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Advantage does not always guarantee good rolls.
Is there a
And-
chance that on my journeys and travels through this area, I might have heard a bit of anything about this tavern?
You can roll a history check normal.
All right. Where is that? History. There it is.
Yo.
So, the traveler knows more about the tavern than than the neighborhood person.
I was too busy getting thrown out. Okay.
I mean, there's
It's
a
just I've been
reason why you
drinking too
would not know
much.
We'll put it
in the
in the good context. Duval, there was a time in your I don't know necessarily much about Duval's youth, but I'm gonna take a shot in the dark by suggesting that Duval, there was a time in your youth where you and friends, if you needed to take a load off and get some drinks in, you would head over to the area where the Dagger's Den Drinkery is located, because there's maybe a couple of taverns over there. And the Dagger's Den Drinkery was definitely one of those places on basically on that pub run, on that bar hop. It was later on in the bar hop. So you always had sort of phased memories of the interior and what the place was like.
Yeah.
You recognize it to be larger than a dive, but it was always the place that people ended the night, and so it was always hard to kind of say what it was about. That was a number of years ago. You have faint memories, and that's about it. Turnip, you've had conversations with individuals. You might have had conversations in a tavern. You have heard that the Dagger's Den Drinkery, it is not where it was during its former glory. It was a hotspot way back in the day. However, as time has gone on, that area has become more and more dicey. Unfortunately, there is urban decay even in fantasy worlds, and a number of reasons created a circumstance where that part of the region of Dalgur Aelin saw the eviction of a lot of individuals, saw some shops and some places of commerce and some dive bars closed down. The Dagger's Den Drinkery is still open. It still has the same interior that it had during its pride and joy. However, it is a shadow of its former glory. That is what you have heard.
I will relay this back to the party and kind of be like,
I've heard a bit about the Dagger's Den. It used to be really popular, but nowadays it's from what I remember being told, it's not quite what it used to be, though. We can go there, though.
It's the only lead we've got.
Yes, sir.
Well, the drink is strong. I'm down.
If the food is good.
Exactly.
You guys get flashbacks of Duval saying, "This is the best food ever," and it was like unseasoned, like it was not great.
You were too drunk to tell the difference.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, so each of you are going to make your trek towards the Dagger's Den Drinkery. While it is another travel from one place to another, it may be short-lived. However, just for entertainment circumstance, I'm gonna have one of you roll a D100 for a potential encounter.
No, I
And
believe
hopefully
we
this,
should be.
and this time it will not be a rat golem.
Who's the lucky one this week?
should we roll a D?
Turnip, you have a
That's-
rabbit's foot.
Yeah, Turnip, roll it for us.
Oh no.
As long as we do not cross any bridges, we should be fine. Yes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no more rats.
Had a fair share of rats.
Had a
Hey, better than 50.
Yeah, it's a pretty even roll.
All right. Even roll 53. And so, as you are traveling along, also, I mean, for the sake of things, can I have somebody roll? Can I have somebody else roll D100?
I can do it, I guess. Let's see.
Give us something that's not in the 50s.
I believe in you, man.
Oh no. That's the
Careful what
wrong
you
button.
asked for, Joe.
I gotta get all my low rolls out now. Oh no,
Maybe
not
the
the.
lower end is good.
The thing is that even in the interior of a underground city of dwarves, there is still terrain. There's still features in the area around you, in your surroundings. And as you are approaching from the Cinderforge Market to the Dagger's Den Drinkery, you peek over the crest of a hill of sorts, and a straight road stretches before you. And there is most certainly a mixture of torchlight and forge light ahead. And the glistening of other such illumination across the Gildan River from the other side of the river. It's sort of an interesting summit of the hill, whereas you are walking down the street, but you can clearly see the section of town before you. And the Dagger's Den drinkery, especially for Duval, as you get within just a few blocks, you can recognize it from one block over and a few blocks ahead. At least you recognize the roof and the pyres that make the chimney. Interestingly enough, as you are passing that way, I'm gonna need somebody to roll a 1d4.
Can't be me. All right, roll for it. Oh no, that's not good. Probably.
On the money.
Whatever it is, we have 4 of them.
All right.
Or whatever it is, it hits 4 of us.
So you notice something in particular when you actually approach the Dagger's Den drinkery. You can definitely hear a little bit of commotion inside, but when you are about a few meters away, you notice a rather large individual. More than just stumble out, they're completely off of their feet, and they seem to be they seem to be, for just a brief moment in time, coursing through the air a couple of meters with burns on an entire section of their body as they roll on the ground. And all you can hear from the interior of the door is, "And stay out!" And this surprises you, because the person that was thrown out, they're quite large. They are, they're Goliath.
Oh man.
And as you are approaching, this person just lies upon the ground and isn't making a single move with their muscles. You actually can't tell a whole lot about this individual because they are face down, almost seemingly face down in a puddle of water.
Can I get close to make sure that he's okay?
Don't get too close.
Same here.
All right. In which case, if you want to get close, what is it that you are hoping to do?
Hey there, big guy, you okay? You just took quite a bit of a knockback there. I sort of like walk up to him to like tap his shoulder. Okay,
As soon as you touch his shoulder, he kind of lifts his arm up. It's a very uncontrolled kind of like, dead limb. Where he's just kind of, he throws it up. He's like, alone.
I diagnosed this one with drunkenness. Well, that is one way to be introduced to a tavern, huh, fellas?
Can I flip him onto his stomach? Or, onto his back to get his face out of the puddle?
What a nice guy.
As you are looking down, you're definitely seeing bubbles.
Oh.
Oh, okay. We definitely don't want him to drown in the puddle.
Yeah.
That's a good position to be in, sir. Let me help you there.
And I, with my small body, try to flip him, using my legs, of course, not my back.
Duval will see you do that.
Lift with your legs, not your back. That's a key thing.
Let's get you some help there, little guy.
As they're all doing this, Farron would like to slip away from the group towards the tavern window.
Baron is looking to slip away towards the tavern window.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for him.
So,
Yeah, I'm actually.
as you approach the tavern windows, you are certainly going to notice that there's not a whole lot to see. The blinds are shut. As a matter of fact, it seems like from what you can see of the blinds, they're pressed up against cracked glass, indicating that the interior of it is, well, must be some board kind of nailing the space shut. So there isn't really anything to see.
Okay. Farron is just going to wait kind of in the shadows over there and not be in the middle of the street with the one that just got thrown out.
So as you are turning the individual over, it does occur to you that this individual is actually quite muscular, and their appearance is definitely one. They are wearing furs as a huge part of their clothing, and as you turn them around, you see a pretty well chiseled yet feminine face. You see this individual.
It's a lady.
No.
Can I
Like
check her
she's-
for
like
signs of
she's
trouble?
trying to, like she's bad, like throwing her arm up as if trying to say, like, no, 3 more minutes, don't wake me up.
Can I theoretically use lesser restoration to help her, like, supposed drunkenness?
Because does lesser restoration? Hold on.
I think it does
restoration-
specifically.
It cures poison, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Drunkenness. Drunkenness is usually stimulated by the poison condition. Yeah, I can.
Am I getting? Well, I mean, I'll be like, am I getting my ass kicked if I do this? Yeah, I will cast Lesseration to kind of help her come to a little bit. So I'll do that.
All right. So go ahead and target, and then cast Lesser Restoration. Remember the target. Hold Alt. Click on the individual.
Target. Yep.
And then open up your computer, your your D&D character sheet, and hit that spell just to make sure that you are expending it.
Yeah. Okay.
And as you do so, you notice, well, at first you don't really notice anything. She's just kind of lying there.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I tried, guys. I really did.
She sits up all of a sudden. She immediately starts to vomit, and she like
Oh, hey.
she
Oh,
like
God.
turns over and
Do I get
on
out of
her
the way?
hands and knees and starts puking. Oh, I mean, I would presume so.
But, like, do I escape in time?
Do I escape in time?
Dexterity saving throw.
While he's making that, I will say Duval is definitely helping. Like he's gonna hold her hair back so she doesn't throw up in her hair.
I mean, Hal's gonna like pat her on the back, be like, "It's okay, it's almost done."
It's almost done.
Oh, God, it just keeps going.
Oh, wow.
Guys, I'm just gonna be 100% honest with you. I had never known the effects of lesser restoration to heal a hangover. I just, now we know.
More drink.
I
My head.
Stronger person than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, are
As
you
you,
right?
as you will,
okay?
as you have soon learned, while it does solve drunkenness, it does not solve hangover.
Yeah,
Ah.
just fast tracks to the hangover. That's awful.
And she
You heard
lazily and kind of sloppily takes her arm and draws it across her mouth and just kind of like ugh, and then try to like rubs her hands together and just kind of like ugh, let's get this stuff off my hands. And then begins to work her way to her feet, and she is 8 foot tall. She is towering over all of you.
Big lady.
My, what did you do to get knocked out of a tavern like that?
me get knocked out of the tavern. No.
It did just happen. I just watched it.
Hold on. We gotta come up with a name for this person.
Ask chat.
Barbarian names.
Wait, you have the name generator, yeah?
I do, but I'm going for something more specific. Me get thrown out of that place. Valda does not get thrown out of taverns. Valda throws herself out of taverns.
Sorry, honestly, my mistake. You must have walked out in your stupor of drunkenness, but...
No, Dusty Pen. Listen, the woman said she throws herself out of the taverns.
Whatever you say.
She looks over at her arm, and a whole chunk of her furs have been burnt. And you're actually notice some actual burns on her skin, but she just kind of looks at it, just studies it for a little bit. Is like, someone must have lit a match on my furs. I can always hunt for new furs. You. And she's gonna point randomly to one of you. 5. Turnip. Just gonna point directly at you. It says, "You." That's a nice fur pelt you have there.
Hey, no.
Do
Whoa,
I
hold
have
on.
vomit on me, by the way?
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
Did I escape the vomit or no?
Oh,
The stream of
what was
vomit.
your
7.
dexterity saving throw?
Oh my god.
You are. No, you got. Your fur is compromised.
I look up at her with
this-
my like green and yellow stained fur with her alcoholic vomit. I'm like,
Oh god.
I
was like-
apologize, madam, but as you can see, I'm a bit stained. I don't think that would be a good pelt right now.
I can help you with that later, buddy.
She blinks
Thanks, you.
and then steps closer and closer, and you start really noticing the height difference as she kind of steps closer, and there's some thunk with her steps as she gets closer. And she bends down to look down at you. And she... What you been eating?
Well, we got some nice treats over at the Dam Academy back there, but besides that, I had some lemonade this morning. That's about it, though.
She's going to study you a little bit, and that is going to be an insight check from her to know more. Okay. You notice that she is kind of looking at your apparel, looking at your staff, backpack, all of that. Now, you clearly have the garb of a traveler, clearly a staff of your own. Is there anything in particular that really stands out as druid
Nothing probably necessarily on Turnip. He more wears traveler stuff than anything. But you can probably tell by his staff that he is a magic caster of some sorts, because it is kind of like that curled wooden with like the curly Q at the end, whatnot. But besides that, he doesn't really have much to enunciate the fact that he's a druid.
She's going to look at you and you say, rabbit.
Yes.
Don't find many rabbits down in the dwarf city.
I've been here plenty of times.
She is going to put her huge meaty hand and she is going to glomp right on the top of your head. Not like smack, but like you're gonna feel it glomp. And it's going to start petting your fur like, too fine.
Can I whack her foot with my staff?
Personal space.
You certainly could if you want. So, as you most certainly do, I would argue that it hits, but it doesn't do any damage. It's just kind of whoomp.
Yeah.
And then
Hands off
it
the
feels
merch
like
now.
you're hitting a statue. And she looks down and she looks up at you. And she points at you. And she says, This one is a small. What is a small doing in this part of town?
I mean, we're all. I mean, it's a town of dwarves. I would think that we're all small, right?
Obviously not this one.
Well, yeah, I could see she's a very big lady.
Yeah, what's a tall person doing in a small town?
She stands up and she stretches as if she, just got out of bed. And she's like, Valda. Valda on vacation. Valda have good harvest season with the rest of the clan. Decided to go to Dwarf City. Have some fun. And she looks through over all of you, and she kind of has this like puzzled look, like she's trying to put together like what is all y'all deal. And she's like, adventurer. Yes?
Yeah, you could say so, yes.
Just my crew. Come, let's get a drink. And she's gonna start heading towards the Dagger's Den drinkery.
Oh,
Absolutely.
About time.
I raise my hand.
Give me just 1 second. I gotta be something with a bit of a bigger liver to go into a bar. I would die if I just had a drink as is.
And I'm gonna wild shape into a draft horse.
Oh, I was gonna say before you do that, I was gonna be like, hey, let me use prestidigitation to clean you up a little bit.
Which is a large beast.
I do I cast it, and it's just like a little square that's removed off of him.
Yeah, basically I'm going to get onto all fours and my body's going to contort and begin to grow very fast. My fur is going to go from white to a brown, and I grow a snout as I turn into a big horse.
Now I can drink.
That is one thing
she
I was
turns
not
around and is
expecting.
like, where'd Small go?
Up here.
Huh? Small having too much fun without me. Come on, let's go get drink.
I agree. It is
Indeed.
a good idea. And you know what? Let's bring this horse with us, because why not?
And I'll try to trot him behind them.
Baron is gonna say distance from the party at this moment, but he's going to keep an eye on the situation.
Okay.
Say, Valda, you said you are a part of a clan. Where is everybody else?
Oh, Valda?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I was just setting up the next map. As she steps in, she's like, would pronounce name to you, but you wouldn't get the first time.
Are they also in the city having fun?
Haha! Just wait. Drinks ahead. And then, of course, we're going to switch over to the next scene. As soon as she opens the door, you notice that there is a dragonborn that is standing there with their arms crossed and tapping pretty loudly. And you'll notice that the dragonborn and this Goliath are a very similar height to each other.
A lot of tall people today, I suppose.
I feel like a small man in a big city.
I was getting used to feeling tall around these three.
I
Well, that's weird. Oh, I know why. I think. I don't know why some things work certain ways. Okay, so let me erase a wall here. Because obviously that wall's not working for me. Whoa! That is complete inverse. For some reason, a bunch of stuff looks black and white instead of something might be messed up with my lighting situation. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to turn global illumination on. Just ignore the outside of it. Oh no, the outside of it isn't showing. Okay, that's fine. So, you notice as Valda steps forward, and in her path is this dragonborn. And Valda says, "Ah, Kirith!" And the dragonborn is like, Did you seriously forget everything that happened just a moment ago? I told you to get out. And she's like, "Ah, Kirith, playing jokes on me again. Ah, Kirith." And Kirith, the dragonborn, takes a deep breath and says, "You know, I'm getting tired of having to kick you out of this place." And Valda kind of steps forward and says, she steps forward and says, "How about... Ooh, I have idea. How about I give you this?" And she kind of reaches down into a pouch on her belt and takes out a little bag and tosses it over to Kirith. And Kirith takes it, takes a look, takes two of his fingers to pluck out what's inside the bag. And there is a rather large gold piece. And that whole bag is filled with gold pieces, it looks like. And he's studying it for a moment. And he's giving Valda just this stare, just this grumpy, and and then decides, they don't pay me enough to do this job. He's gonna stand aside. He said, behave yourself this time. And Vald is like, Kirith. You, we have good fights, you and I. And Kirith is like, just get inside. She begins to stomp inside, and she immediately goes to the bar and orders a drink. You'll notice that a bunch of people look over and notice that she's back inside the bar again, and they also kind of take a look, and they notice all of you as well. Let me change up the ambiance.
I sort of get closer to turn up and whisper to him, not to alarm anybody, but 9 o'clock seems to be some people we're looking for.
Well, I'll be. It's a drow. And I say that out loud.
Nope, haven't seen one. Haven't seen any of those before.
Do we just go up and talk to them then?
Yeah, I think I'm going to start with getting a table.
Should I not be a horse right now?
Oh wait, you can't talk as a horse.
Has nobody shouted like, "Why'd you bring the horse in here?"
Actually, yes. The barkeep is going to be like, "Hey, you! Why'd you bring livestock in here?"
I'm livestock.
I swear they're not livestock. They used to be a friend of ours.
It's
Clothes,
entertainment.
it's a talking horse. And then a whole bunch of other people start looking over, and they notice the talking horse, and they're just kind of like confused.
Can I use this moment to walk past the party as if I'm not associated with them?
Yeah. Roll a deception. No, I'm joking.
I'm just gonna scoot on by. Let's see. You said roll
Let's go
deception.
take a seat over here.
I will follow Dusty.
A horse walks up to the bar.
I rolled a 14 deception.
Yeah, you're able to sort of pretend. There's a little bit of this like hands in your pockets and whistling as you're walking away kind of thing. But I think people kind of just they're not a lot of eyes follow you.
Right. I think I'm going to come up and sit next to this trying not to run into a wall. I want to come up to and sit at the bar here, facing the west. That way I can see the party and the people that they are sitting around.
All right. And so as you make your way to that part of the bar, you look about and you do see that there is a two-person musician troupe on stage, and they are performing one with a sort of a modified an interesting modified harpsichord, and the other with a lute and a foot pedal drum, and they're just kind of playing. They're playing generic tavern music, just sort of giving more life, more vibe to the environment that you are in. As you are sitting, you see as there are individuals further in towards the fireplaces. that are deep in conversation. There's a group of people who are just sitting and watching the music. There's a group of dwarves that seem to be drinking and laughing and having a good time. There are a bunch of kenkus that are seated, and they appear to be gambling between each other. Further down, you have an interesting group of people over by the fireplace. There seems to be an individual with scaly skin and a bit of like a horn, like mohawk. It's kind of uncertain, like what their lineage might be, but it looks kind of Dragonborn-esque. There is an actual Dragonborn sitting at that seat, and there is a human with a big red beard and a top hat wearing an extravagant entertainer's outfit. You will also notice that there are other tables with other individuals. There's also closer to where you are at, there is an axolotl wearing chainmail sitting at their stool and just barely popping over the edge of the counter to, with both hands, take their big mug of beer and sip on it. Behind the bar, there is one pretty mean-mugging and disgruntled dwarf barkeep. But a second individual that you notice is an automaton of some sort that is going about and at one point is washing a whole bunch of glass mugs and then coming over to a bunch of unfilled mugs. And you notice that they literally take their arm and their hand kind of flips back, pops off, and begins pouring beer out of it into each of the mugs. There is a individual who is cloaked across the way from you. There's all sorts of interesting people in this room. And so from your vantage point there, Farron, are you looking to get a drink? Are you looking to monitor the room? What is it that you say and what is it that you do?
From this moment, so Farron takes a seat, kind of waves at the automaton as a gesture of, I'll take a pint. And as that's happening, he's monitoring how his friends are moving about, his party members. He notices, like early on, as he was following behind, he heard them mention about the party, or the people to the west might be someone we need to look at. So he kind of takes note of them, recognizes they match the description to the T, and then strikes up a conversation with this lady and a crow.
Yes.
He says, "Excuse me for being so forward, but I'm new in town. You've got any tea for me?"
Ha! New in town. Well, darling, you should find your face around here more often. This is quite a jaunty sort of location. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nogu Thorpe. Pleasure to meet you. And she sticks out her hand as sort of like, if you want to like take the hand,
right,
kind of do that like, handshake thing or whatever.
I take her hand, a nod, and I kind of hold it for a little bit longer than normally, and like kind of give her an up and down, kind of flirtatiously. And then I gesture at the bird and say, "A marvelous creature as well. Can you tell me the name?"
As you do that, she is of course going to kind of slide the hand back, and she says, Well, I do certainly take good care of my skin, but feel free. It's like, feel free not to feel free, if you get my meaning. Oh, this here is Gibbons, my pet raven. Isn't that right, Gibbons? Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. She looks over at you and she says, well, you seem like such the individual. Well, I don't know who you're hiding from. This seems to be the place that attracts all sorts of individuals who either have very frank or very nefarious needs in mind. Are you hiding from somebody, love?
Farron gives a slight chuckle and says, well, you know, I'm always hiding from peering eyes, but no one in particular at this moment. However, it seems that there could be some people hiding from me.
Well, wouldn't you say that you being the one wearing the cloak is a little turned on its head?
Yes. Well, while it's always good to protect one's identity, it's more of a comfort for myself, to be entirely honest. I don't like feeling too exposed.
Well,
And
I believe the most of us would feel a little bit too embarrassed to be exposed. Otherwise, it would be a free-for-all. She kind of looks over. She says, Keggy, could you please get myself and my good friend another round? Beep, boop, beep, boop, 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 boop. As Keggy, the brewer bot, comes over and pours one into some mugs and then hands them over. You just got a free beer.
I take it and Farron says, oh, you beat me to the punch. I was about to do this, try and get you one myself.
Oh, don't flatter yourself, honey. I'm more than capable of affording for myself and for other individuals. But of course, I say that it so what do you do?
Please, I wasn't talking of your capabilities. Merely a kind gesture to a new soul. What do I do? Let's see. I travel quite a bit for work. As a matter of fact, I'm here on business as well, as you may have assumed, but really, I gather information for people who need it. That's about it.
Couple things are going to happen when you say that. Yeah, they're literally called NPC7. Don't worry about it.
We love a good NPC7.
Good old NPC7. I'm gonna roll 75, different thing. So you get the sense passively. What's your passive insight? I guess that's a question.
My passive insight.
No, it would be good enough, I think.
Let's just
you got
wisdom,
plus
right?
5 to your. Well, you got plus 5 to your insight. So
yeah.
So you're gonna notice that she pauses for a moment and she gives a little flash of her eyes, just sort of like as if she's trying to pick up information about you the moment you say that you were looking for information, or you were dealing in information. And a little.
Can I react off of that?
You get this instance that you revealing that makes her maybe a little bit nervous. but she quickly deflects and she clears her throat and she says, "Oh, Keggy, thank you very much for the drink. Oh, did you meet my friend over here? This is the one and only Lola del Corral. Hello, honey." And you are going to see the axolotl in the middle of them drinking their beer with the froth. They realize that they're being beckoned, and so they set the beer down, and they got a huge froth beard. And with their tongue, they just lap the whole thing up, and they wave their hand, and you see each of their what are those called? Fins? I don't remember what they're called, but like they sort of wave too at the same time, and you hear hello.
That's so cute. Farron gestures his mug and takes a sip. Lovely to meet you, darling. And then he kind of lowers his voice again and says, "You know quite the amount of people around here, do you? Let's say,
Why, certainly, honey. I have been coming to this establishment for the past few weeks. It's been quite educational, if you don't mind me saying. This is a place of education when you have the eyes to look for things."
Wow, how profound. Well then, shall we? What's on your mind? What are you looking for?
Well, first and foremost, I guess you can say I'm always looking for a little bit of extra adventure to write in my personal novel that is my life. This is obviously not the place that I am from, but this is the place that seems to be beckoning my soul.
Well, I think that you and I could make great acquaintances if you would have it. But for now, I have to go meet a few other members. Don't wait up for me.
Oh,
and he
don't be flattered, honey. This is how I talk to everyone around here. But I will say that you seem like quite the charmer yourself. So once you're done speaking with your friends, if you want some more conversation, I'm more than happy to speak directly with you.
So Farron smirks, picks up his beer, and stands up from the stool and just starts to meander at this moment, thinking over the situation he's just had with this person. And he's going to keep an eye on her and see if she makes any references to him, such as gestures or nods looking over as if she's talking about Farron.
You are... Oh, by the way, that is my best attempt at a Katharine Hepburn impression. But you notice that as you walk away, you get the sense, and you've got the sense from a natural insight of that conversation. It's a little off because like the group of people here in this tavern, it seems like a lot of them are very down to earth, in the earth, haha. But very like down to earth, here to have a little bit of R&R. And this is maybe a more shady part of town where you will notice like there are some of these tables are pretty rowdy. This individual seems more of a socialite. This person seems more of just somebody who wants to have a fun conversation and is just fascinated by all of the stuff around her. You don't notice,
But
as you all walk away, of course, you don't notice that there's any gestures or anything in your direction. She immediately has latched on to the next thing to have conversations with.
Right.
It's so you definitely get the sense it's just the personality.
Okay. Could I roll a perception check for Thieves' Cant?
To see if there's any Thieves' Cant happening.
Thieves' Cant messages left in the pub, such as on tables, on chairs, on walls, on bar stools, just as I'm meandering around, on mugs.
Okay. I know that traditionally, secret signs and symbols are not just restricted to hand gestures and stuff like that. So you're going to check to see if there's any markings of that sort as you are exploring.
Correct.
Feel free to roll perception, but as you do, I'm going to transition to other characters in the party here to see where they're at. Let's see. We have Duval and what did I call her? What was it? It was Volga?
Valda.
Valda. Is Duval and Valda. And then we also have Dusty and Hal. And then where did...
Turnip's right next to Duval.
Oh, you're right there. Ah!
Turnip is just kind of a horse in the room.
All right. So what I'm going to do for each of you, I want each of you to sort of roll a initiative of sorts. Just so I can see who goes first. I don't want to choose favorites now. I'm going to leave it up to...
Just base initiative?
Just base initiative, yeah.
How would we?
I think in this case,
How do we roll initiative?
Just roll a d20.
Do it this way. Just roll a d20 and then add whatever your initiative modifier is.
Okay.
Ida, the horse is here.
Oh my lord. I've been rolling so bad.
Getting them out now.
All right, so we had Dusty Pan, Duval, Hal, Turnip. Turnip, you're the one who's going to go next.
Yes. Okay, sweet. Me strolling up to the bar as a horse, I'm going to look the bartender in the eye and be like,
Howdy there, friend. What are the chances I can get a lemonade? Horse-sized, please.
What is their initial impression of you? It's lukewarm. The barkeep gives a little bit of a grunt and says, if you're asking for lemonade, you're gonna need to... If you're asking for lemonade, the only thing I have is spiked.
I mean, I suppose I could take it spiked, but, if there's a way to take the spiked out...
Caggy!
Okay.
Give me one of those spiked lemonades! And Keggy's gonna go over, literally is gonna pop over, and is gonna open up their chassis like it's a mini fridge, and is gonna take their other hand and kind of rustle around, and then grab a bottle of something, and then their thumb is gonna pop out, and their thumb is gonna basically turn into a bottle opener, and they're gonna pop, and they're gonna set it out in front, and the barkeep says, that'll be there'll be 20 copper, or there'll be 2 silver.
It's on her.
and I point to the Goliath lady next to me.
She's in the middle of gulping down one, and she slams one on the table. She wipes her mouth with her arm, and she says, it has been quite a harvest. And she just she rustles around and she throws a couple silver down on the bar. And she says, "That's for the small."
And to make conversation easier, I'm going to turn back into my head and gun self. So I'm gonna like contort my snout's gonna shrink a bit, my ears are gonna elongate and sprout upwards, and I'm gonna go down into my small white form, and I'm gonna kind of jump up and then brace myself on my forearms, kind of dangling my feet below the bar.
Thank you kindly.
The guard just kind of stands astounded as all of that is happening. As a matter of fact, hold on. Oof. That's going to be a bit of a wisdom saving throw. They're going to just kind of watch you do this and blink. And they're going to be like, what, what?
I do love me horse-sized drinks.
And he's gonna just turn around and be like, "Okay, I've seen too much."
And while he's looking away, I'm gonna climb up onto the bar, kind of like clumsily bring my foot up and then stand on it, and then kind of like squat down, kind of like a Slav squat, and just kind of like grasping the bottle with both hands and like just slowly sipping on it.
Thanks for the drink.
Con saving throw.
Oh God.
Oh, it is spiked. It is very spiked. And you actually feel a chill down your spine as you were drinking it. But while it sort of hits your senses, you're able to just recoil a little bit and realize that, you could probably get used to it after a few drinks, but at least this thing is not, not completely, you're holding your own. It's not making, as you're drinking it, you're not noticing that it's super strong, super duper strong. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that the taste hits you hard, but you aren't going to get inebriated off of this.
I'm going to slam it.
Okay. Valda notices this and says, "Never met a rabbit that could hold their own with a drink like that."
Well, you're obviously not from where I'm from.
And I kind of chuckle softly, kind of almost reminiscing a little bit about what is it, Winterfell, right?
Wintergale.
Wintergale, that's it. Kind of reminiscing about Wintergale.
The city of beasts.
As soon as you say that, she stops drinking and she slams her mug. And she looks over to you and say, "Did you just say city of beasts?"
You're darn right. By the way, you slammed that down with a bit of heft. Ooh, shot the hairs upon my spine.
She smiles wide as you say that. She's like, "I knew I liked you."
Yep, me Turnip, the one-time arena champ. Well,
The
probably not
Tundra.
one and only.
The tundra is where my tribe is. The tundra is where my tribe is at. Not far from Wintergale.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet somebody who enjoys the cold just as me.
I
She
raise
takes
the
her
bottle.
mug. Yep, she
Bartender,
takes her
another.
mug. I'm gonna roll a Constitution saving throw on your bottle. As she takes her mug, and it's going to literally crash it into the bottle, and the bottle is gonna break in your hand.
Oh, it was a bit too hard. Thank God I finished that. Hey, you, automaton thing. Can Can I get another one of these spicy lemonades? Or what? Spiked? Spicy? What do you call it?
They open up their mini fridge, pull another one out, toss it on the bar.
Mazel tov.
And I'm gonna kind of like raise it in accommodation to my good old Goliath friend.
Drinks to the cold.
And I cast Frostbite on my glass to make it just a little bit colder. It's a cantrip.
She is going to raise her glass, and she's going to say, "Drinks to the cold!"
And I slam it.
And she is going to slam her drink as well. And as soon as she's done, she is going to... she's going to turn around and say, and to Duval, she's going to say, with a burp, "I like your group. Some good, hardy adventurers. The kind that I like. If you ever need a sixth, and I am not drinking, feel free to call upon Valda." And with that, I think we're going to go down the initiative roll here. After that, it was Dusty. Dusty and Hal are sort of in the same seating area. However, what is it that you are doing, Dusty? And since Hal is there, what are you doing, Hal?
How short are these partitions between the tables that we're at?
The partitions are such that they are more private booths than they are, like, you can't just like turn around and talk to that person behind you. You literally can't see the people behind you.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Hal, what do you think you're going to be having?
I've always been interested in local delicacies. You know, every tavern's got something to offer for a tourist, and I guess I'm in the trap.
And that is perfectly fair. Yeah, I have no idea what to order at all.
Can I flag down the tavern keep to ask if there's any food available?
When you do that, this individual walks up and says, "All right, what can I get you?"
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Hal. What's your name?
Whiten.
Whiten? Okay. What do you recommend? We're visiting from out of town, and we heard good things.
They're going to basically come over and say, "Kitchen's closed. If you're looking for drink, I can get you drink. Pretty much anything that you can see up there at the bar. That's going to be ales, ports. Got some stouts, some
Do you have any mead?
mixed drinks, some vodka, some tequila, some." He's just gonna start listing stuff off. It's like, tell me when to stop.
Do you have mead?
Mead. Yeah, I could get you some mead.
Yeah, that would be much appreciated.
Okay. I'll take a pint of the local special then.
The local special. Okay. Hey, Keggy. These two want the local special.
Dusty, what did I just order?
I have no idea. Is that some sort of code or something?
I don't know. I'm scared.
I wanted to ask him about if this is an inn as well.
We'll find out.
They come over and you have two bottled entries of mead. set before you. It's like there's a meadery that is on the west side of the neighborhood. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh,
Oh, this looks promising.
well,
There's
I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm just going to grab it and start drinking it up.
I wave like, thank you, and I will. I'll hold the bottle up to Dusty to like, to toast with him.
No, toast.
Yep.
And I sort of take a few gulps.
Take a bite.
All right,
Take a
so how are
swig.
we going to go about this? I mean, we're sitting like right next to the people that we are needing to talk to, needing to figure out things from.
Well, can I? Is it possible to roll for a perception check to try and focus my hearing a little bit?
Between the two next to you? On the booth next to you?
Yeah, the booth that was like right south of us, I guess.
Sure thing. Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception and see if you can pick up on any of the conversation.
Perception.
It's pretty good.
Cool.
So as you were sitting there, you sort of realize something. In a way, you had been listening this entire time, and for the most part, and for the most of your time that you were listening, you get this eerie silence, as if neither one of them are actually saying anything. It seems more. You pick up a little vibe of just both of them are just peering out at the bar, almost judgmental like. And then you hear from the more feminine of the two. This place is a dump. And the individual who is down from them says, most places are dumps on the surface, Elia. Every place we have been, as a matter of fact, nothing seems to have the charm of drow architecture. And then she says, I wonder if we will ever find anything worth doing in Windermere. No, I doubt it. Goody two-shoes, elves don't usually have anything fun to do. Have you noticed any other drow over the past 5 hours? Yes, I did notice a couple. Not the right house. And then you hear a sigh of disappointment from the person referred to as Salaya. You get the indication that both of these individuals, well, they don't seem to have anything to do with the individuals that you are searching for. However, they seem to have noticed other drow pass through.
I relay this information to Dusty, but I instead whip out my giant guest book of a shield, and I open it and I write it down and I pass it to Dusty and be like, overheard it, but I don't think they're the drow we're looking for.
Dusty finishes drinking his mead. Okay, well, they saw other drow come in then. Where? I don't see anyone else.
Perhaps if we waited out a little bit, they might pass through again.
Oh, but I hate waiting.
I know. But sometimes there's always a little bit of boredom work to
Why
be
don't we
done.
just ask them about where those other drow came from? Or where
Because
they
I don't
went?
because I don't like the idea of being unalived in a tavern. Okay.
What? They're not going to kill you. You're just asking a question.
Look, I haven't been outside very much, but I'm still a little suspicious of other people.
Okay. Well, then what are we going to be doing? We can't just sit there and eat when there's investigation to be doing.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and. What do you want to regroup with the others and let them know?
I can hear you two.
Huh?
Hal freezes.
You see a face sort of peek around the corner and look at both of you.
Hey, it is so nice to see you. You know, I was just wondering about asking you about if you've seen any other drow in the area.
Hal just lightly waves hello.
No, I'm afraid I haven't. Perhaps you should look for, I don't know, dwarves. There's many of those here. You get the sense immediately that her tone is very much like it's a very sarcastic tone. Not sarcastic about the drow, but about the other remark. Like, mind your own business. That's kind of the vibe that you're getting.
So,
I apologize for eavesdropping.
You see the other drow sort of like scooch over and sort of lean their body to the side just enough to get eyesight of Dusty, and they're just dead-faced staring at Dusty.
To make up, maybe we should. Maybe allow us to buy you a round of drinks as apology. We'd like to.
For what?
We'd like to make nice. We'd like to make nice. Okay, Dusty.
They were complaining about us eavesdropping, and they're doing the exact same thing.
I mean, okay. How's about we can solve it over drinks?
Did you hear your friend? Your friend would like to make nice with us. Why stop him?
Oh my goodness. I mean, if you want to have a conversation, come over here. Sit down. We can talk over some drink, I suppose. I would appreciate the company.
Okay, well, I guess Hal will scooch over next to Dusty to invite them, and he pats the seat. Come on. I don't halflings don't bite.
They both look at you for a long time. You see as Celaya turns her head towards the other drow, and they stare at each other, and then they sort of dead stare back at you. And you get the sense of an extremely stoic sigh, which is basically a sigh that you notice that the body moves in a certain way when a person sighs, but they sort of don't necessarily give away visually that this is an annoyance. But there's more about their aura that you can detect, just that it permeates with this just sullen silence mixed with just completely and utterly.
Yeah, I mean, you said this place was drab. Why not make some conversation to lighten it up?
I'm just saying, are you gonna get any better hospitality up here? Anywhere else? Sorry, I
It seems that these two individuals want to know more about Drow.
Yes, this is quite. Do not see many of you around.
I would love to know about drow elves.
You don't, and Valimar says, you don't usually find people like us here in a dwarven city.
And you say you find people like me here in this dwarven city? No. I mean, what is your deal? Are you traveling here as I am, or are you here on some sort of business?
We are here here on business, here on
Pleasure.
Oh, yeah. So there's like, we are here on neither business nor pleasure.
Well, you obviously do not want to be here. What has brought you here?
We don't want to be anywhere.
Okay.
So drab.
What? Are
You
you?
even gotten a drink or anything to eat while you've been here?
Oh, by the way, so this person around the corner, like the server, is going to tap you on the shoulder, Dusty, and is going to kind of mutter in your ear like, be careful with these two. They got a little bit of that nihilistic. Also, I think one of them is an arena fighter, so don't make him mad.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing I'm an existentialist then.
So what if I've seen any drow come through here? Celaya says.
It is important to us.
Go on.
Well, there would not be. Normally, you do not find people like me in the city, but let's say certain rumors have brought me here, and I am the Baxi who is quite keen on having some fun.
Well, I've always been interested in learning about other cultures. I plan on opening a tavern one day, and so I hope to know more about people to understand their customs and make them feel a
that's
little more
all.
welcome.
I understand. That's all quaint, but I would suggest you be more straightforward. And as she says that, she sort of gestures her hand. And Dusty, you're gonna have suggestion cast on you. So wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Saving throw. Normal.
Now, this isn't necessarily like a zone of truth. However, you do succeed against the saving throw.
But what does she say?
The general idea in this particular case is that she is trying to get you to be more upfront and truthful about why it is you're looking for any drow whatsoever. Apparently her suggestion spell did not work. As she's sort of watching you respond, and you don't change your demeanor at all.
What? Well, as I said, I'm looking for some fun, and I have heard that there is a certain substance here called TRUFFLE, told to me by one of my friends. I have not seen them for quite a while. Do not know what happened to them, but he said it was pretty interesting.
Do you hear that, Celaya? I had thought that both of these individuals were seeking a lead. Turns out that they both simply want to engage in substances? And then both of them begin chuckling mockingly at you.
Oh, my.
But, you know, I have to be careful with who I talk to this about, so it is... Forgive me for not being as straightforward as you have wanted.
Let's see, what is your passive insight here?
14.
14. From that chuckle, from that little exchange of sass, they seem to know something about it, potentially.
But, if you're not here for business or anything, then quite frankly, I do not understand why I just told you the thing that I told you.
Listen, trust me when I say, life as a myconid is not worth it.
Myconid.
Myconid.
What do you mean by that?
Roll a, I would say nature check.
Nature check. All right. Nature. 7.
Myconid. You don't know what a myconid is. What's a myconid?
You know, I have traveled quite far and wide, but I do not understand what a myconid is. Also,
Well, of course you would know what a myconid is. You are definitely a surface dweller. Myconids are a subterranean matter.
all right, and you're telling me this. I just don't see how this correlates at all. Are you telling me that this thing I'm looking for is a myconid?
They chuckle between themselves, and Celaya decides to go ahead and lean forward and say, well, she leans forward over to Valimar, kind of whispers in his ear. He looks back, and then Celaya leans forward and says, I know where you can find truffle, if you're truly looking for truffle. Are you looking for truffle?
Perhaps just a sample. I mean, I do not have too much on me at the moment, but if I could give it a try.
There have been a few drow individuals that have passed in the past few hours. They're upstairs if you're truly curious.
And is this safe for me?
Is anything safe for anyone?
Nobody's gonna question me just walking up there.
We certainly won't if that makes you feel any better.
All right.
Clearly you are looking for a fix. So go find yourself your fix. And both of them are going to stand up and kind of waltz back to where their seats are.
Well, and Dusty sort of pats the back of Hal. I think we have something to do upstairs then.
You see Hal has been like being like a little stenographer this whole time. but you notice instead of writing things down, he's actually drawn like a doodle of Celaya in the side of his page.
But perhaps before we go up there, we get something to drink again, yes? And Dusty sort of winks at you and then looks over at the rest of the party in the tavern.
All right, and as you look over to the rest of the party, To give everybody their fair spotlight. Last on that initiative is going to be Duval. Duval, what do you imagine you are doing here in the Dagger's Den drinkery?
Oh, well, I do believe that he is drinking, my good friend. I think that he's probably, he's not, like, challenged Volda to a drinking contest, but, you know, when you're drinking with somebody of her seeming caliber, you always try and size yourself up.
You're saying that, are you saying this directly to
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying that to you. That is what Duval is doing.
okay, gotcha.
Duval is probably just.
So, you said your harvest was bountiful, yes?
Yes. Quite.
What is it?
Bountiful.
What is it that you're growing? Is it
Not
grains?
growing. Hunting.
Ah? Well,
Large beasts. Especially behemoths in the wild. Mammoths.
I've always wanted to see one of them. I bet they're quite the spectacle.
Spectacle. Best spectacle is taking one down. One-on-one.
You've done that often.
Often, Valda has done that.
Well, I'll drink to that.
At this point in the night, you're noticing that Valda is returning to her previous level of inebriation and very quickly.
All right. So Duval.
You notice that. Well, one thing is you notice that when she slams down her glass mug, it cracks this time. Doesn't break, but it cracks. She is starting to get that level of drunk again.
All right. Duval's gonna note that. He's gonna.
Well, you know, we're here on kind of business almost. You ever heard of the drug TRUFFLE by chance?
She thinks for a moment. She says, not interested in mushrooms. Mushrooms are no good. Well, Valda has had mushrooms. Other types of word.
Ones that don't turn you into a murderer of sorts.
I've taken those too. Especially before battle.
You definitely got some fire in you, I'll give you that. You haven't heard any whisperings.
She looks over to you and she sniffs the air and she's like, Valda does not smell any fire.
No, that was figure of speech. Just don't worry about that. Just you haven't heard anything, have you? About someone peddling it or moving it around?
Why would someone move shrooms around? Oh.
Well, for money, probably. Not giving a damn about the people that are actually taking it.
Valda knows nothing. Valda only likes drinking.
As do I, good friend, as do I.
He's gonna kind of just clap her on the shoulder. Can I, as I do that, can I insight check the Volda knows nothing just to make sure?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh my god!
I mean, for better or worse, you take it at face value.
Alright, he's just gonna clap her on the shoulder and say,
Well, I hate to leave a drinking partner. I hate to leave a drinking partner so soon, but I do need to stay on business. Gotta keep some in the tank for other patrons as well. I hope you enjoy your drink, though.
Aye, you too, and she's gonna slap you on your back. That is literally going to be a melee.
okay, yeah.
So I'm gonna roll that right quick. Just, actually, no, I'm gonna, hold on a sec. She doesn't actually have a stat sheet because I had to create her last minute. So it's gonna be more, does that hit? Nope. It's gonna hit. You're gonna feel a oomph, but it's not gonna deal damage.
Like I kind of burp, like as I'm jolted forward. I'm like,
oh, right.
Duval, since he got in here, for reasons untold, has been eyeing this wonderful snake person.
Wonderful snake person.
Yeah, over here.
Okay.
So I think he is going to just kind of. Well, actually, how far into this conversation with Hal and Dusty Pan, like how far would you say that has kind of gotten into? Have they moved over to that table yet?
I would say that enough time has passed where they have moved over at that table, but it's right at the part where they're about to leave and go back to their own.
Okay. Duval is gonna actually kind of take a page out of Farron's book and make note of that, and he's actually not going to interact with them at all, as if, even though they did kind of walk in together, he's gonna try and play it like distant, so maybe they forget about him, or maybe they just don't even remember that he walked in with them. And he is going to come over to this lovely person over here, if that is okay. Not actually over the bar. Just
right. As you were walking over there, you hear a sort of a loud bellowing voice behind you that says, Kirith! Kirith, my friend! Let's have another good fight! And there's gonna be commotion. There's gonna be fighting commotion.
Oh, perfect.
Good
Happening. And
lord.
that's gonna draw a lot of attention.
All right. Well,
In the commotion, can I try and pickpocket one of the drow? Just sprint over there.
Dusty's gonna be just looking at.
I would say you have an opportunity to pickpocket. It's Salaya. If you have the who wanted the pickpocket? It was Hal, right?
Turnip.
Was it me?
Turnip. It's Turnip. Oh, sorry. So Turnip, you would have been watching this conversation. I would say we're kind of winding the clock back, but yes, Salaya is about to head back to her seat and sort of brushes past you without even like taking much note to you. If you want to try to pickpocket her, you can give that a shot. 14, huh? 14.
Wait, Turnip, no.
Turnip explodes.
Yeah. So, Turnip, you take your fingers and you reach into pocket. And you manage to grab on to... Oh, that's a good question. You manage to grab onto a bead. Very small. There doesn't seem to be anything much in that pocket except for a bead. But as soon as you start slinking your hand out, a hand grabs your wrist.
In a panic state, I bring my face to my hand while they're grabbing my arm, and I will eat the bead.
What?
So, okay, say that again.
So in the panic state of them grabbing my hand, I'm going to, like, just panicked animalistic mindset, look at them grabbing my hand, look at my hand with the bead in it, and I'm going to, because they're holding my hand so I can't move away, I'm going to bring myself into their grip, and I'm going to bring my mouth to my hand, and I'm going to bite my, like, wrap my mouth around my fingers and swallow the bead.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So at first you get this cold glare the moment that you bring your hand out, and she has these reddened eyes that peer down on you, and you decide to shove this bead into your mouth before she's able to do anything. And as soon as you and then shake your head and look back up to her, her facial expression is different. It has gone from a cold, spiteful glare to one of a moment of astonishment and shock. Did you just... You little rodent.
I lick her hand.
She's going to toss you to the side by the wrist, and ooh, I think it's time for a initiative. It's time to roll initiative, everyone.
Oh no.
There's gonna be a bar fight.
I didn't like them anyway. Also, Dusty's sort of just trying to make eye contact with Farron, and then, like, as soon as he does, I point up to the second floor.
So as I was patrolling the bar, did I happen to notice any of the anything thieves can't related?
So patrolling the bar, noticing anything thieves can't related. Your role previously, it's back in the log. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was... Did you just roll just now? Yeah, you did. Oh, that's for
I
initiative.
just rolled
Never mind.
initiative.
Your roll was 8, I think.
Probably.
Yeah, so it's right after Nobu
Yeah.
had rolled. Yep. So you don't see any particular signs or symbols. Like, nothing's been etched into anything. There haven't been any notes left. However, yeah, I think from an 8, you don't find all that much, to be to be honest. In addition to that, any of the characteristics that you have been given over this particular investigation, nobody on this side of the building seems to resemble anything of that.
Okay.
I'd say with an 8, that's the most that you get.
Okay. So I guess in this moment, Farron was right here when I'm guessing the drow started to leave their booth. I would assume. So would Farron would be walking to the other side of the bar at this moment. Obviously making his observations. Do you think he would make that eye contact? Do you think Dusty would be able to get his attention? Or do you think these two fights starting in front of him at the same time might distract that?
Well, it's more of a what it is. You know how bar fights usually go, right? You see it in movies. It's one person versus another person, and every other person that gets involved in a bar fight it's basically an opportunity more than simply being pissed off at somebody. If there wasn't a bar fight happening, would Celaya decide to start fighting Turnip? Maybe, maybe not. But the fact that these two large individuals are getting into a brawl with each other, that has set off, that basically has put the ignition in the powder keg. That is
very well.
It is given permission for other individuals to find the opportunity to get hostile if they feel they want to.
So, can Farron take this moment to try and bolt over to the group? Like, using all the initiating bar fight as distraction?
You absolutely may. Feel free to position yourself wherever it is you need to position yourself.
I am not in the initiative count yet, by the way.
Say that again.
Turnip is not in the initiative count.
Let me... There. Now if you go to combat encounters, you should be able to roll your initiative.
I think Farron would try to dodge behind. And if I may, one more question. Can I try to pickpocket that gold that he was received off of Kirith as I'm running through this? Since I am running behind him. Or do I need to just go and call it that?
Yeah, you can do pickpocketing if you wish.
All right, I'm gonna try to pickpocket Kirith in his brawl fight and try to, because I assume he would have that gold on his pouch, or on his belts, but sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand, and your roll is a 15. A 15 against who was it? Was it Kirith or was it
Kirith?
Okay.
I'm trying to take that pouch of gold that he was given as a at the introduction of this.
Sure thing. Well, they're distracted, so their ability to do anything with their perception is going to be pretty much a disadvantage. Yeah, that's a fail on their end. You are able to slip it from their person, and you now have 50 more gold.
Cool.
Sheesh.
So in all one fell swoop, as soon as this starts off, yeah. So Farron just takes this moment to sleuth his way past it, snatch it off his belt, and then continue up past Turnip getting grappled over to the bar right here where Dusty was making eye contact, and I don't know if this this tavern keep is still here, but yeah, right around here is where Farron would have gotten, trying to hide behind this while everything's going on. So whatever cover he can take over here.
All right. So you're putting yourself in that position.
Yes, and that's where I would like to stop.
Okay. Yeah, sure thing. So, have everybody having rolled initiative. Before we actually start the battle, though, I do want to go to Duval, because I don't want to deprive of some roleplay opportunity here. You have maybe a bit of time before the thing kicks off, but you mentioned that you wandered over towards Lala Sue, or the Snake Lady.
Yeah, I just he kind of comes over and just kind of sits down next to her. Ooh, all right. this is where I solidify that Duval is not good at social interaction at all, despite having a high charisma. He's gonna come over and he's just gonna say, "Well, your hair looks lovely today."
Who's asking?
Oh, well, they call me Duval Bone Braid. But you could just call me Duval if you'd like.
He'll extend a hand to shake.
She looks over to you, and sort of nods to you and says, "A pleasure, I'm sure."
Pleasure's all mine. So what are you drinking today?
She looks down to her drink and says, "Something strong."
Would love to hear that.
He'll kind of wave over to the automaton and be like,
Well, I'll take 2 of...
before I say this, does she actively have something in front of her?
She does actively have
Okay.
something in front of her.
Oh, okay. Awesome. He's gonna just wave it over and say,
I'll have 2 of what she's having.
She looks over I'm sorry, I'm gonna switch things up. The barkeep looks over and is like, You want 2 glasses of vodka straight.
There's like a moment that like passes over Duval's face, like, God. But he goes,
Well, of course. You don't believe I can hold my straight vodka?
He looks between the two of you, he shrugs and decides to get it. The individual looks to you and says, "I have not been much of a drinker in the past, but I figure good time to start." As she says that, what is your passive insight? You don't really have passive insight.
yeah, it's
also,
not great.
My hint here is that if I mention passive insight, there's something there. But of course, passive insight
have a 10.
will give. If I say that there's a if you succeed at a passive insight, then an active insight will most certainly reveal more of something. But if you fail at a passive insight, then you don't know anything.
Yeah, I would have a 10 if you were to take a passive.
Well, I don't think she's necessarily hiding anything. She seems kind of down.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, just naturally, I think he would ask, well, what does that mean?
Just like, well, why do you reckon?
Purpose.
Here to elaborate a bit more? Looking for purpose, you said?
No. Had a purpose.
Oh.
No. One could say difficult to see value of it. Let's just say past family deceived me. Let's say original purpose feels for naught.
He kind of nods solemnly, because even like this is not just me pulling stuff out of my ass. In like the little bit of story I gave, he kind of had a probably not the same by any means, but a very similar experience with Trouble of Purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll nod and he'll say, well, I can't imagine what you're going through. Sounds a bit different than what I went through, but
you have a close relationship with your god too.
I guess I could say that, yeah.
My God gave me purpose, and now that purpose is fulfilled, seems not much else for Lalasu. I will also like to mention that Turnip, you have just gotten a +1 token from chat. If you have not noticed that as of yet, you have a +1 token.
I am very appreciative of that.
From Magpie. So obviously this individual has addressed themselves as Lalasu.
Lalasu. Okay. Gotta type that so I don't forget.
Which gods?
For myself?
Yes.
Well, I hold a particular liking for Eros, the god of victory. And you?
Met someone recently. Well, can't say recently. Met someone months ago who did not like Eros one bit. I was seer for Dendar, the world's serpent. Feel free to religion check.
Yeah, I will so do that with my -1 religion.
Paladin with a -1 religion.
Listen, Duval he just kind of likes what Eros is putting down. He's not a studious fellow, if you haven't been able to tell.
So you are aware of the major gods in the pantheon. There is Iroas, there is there was Clothis, that is to say. You are aware that sometimes the roster of who the gods are sometimes changes. One of them might fall out of favor in lieu of another. But you know that some of the main ones are like Iroas and Mogus, and what is the other one that I am missing? Anyways, you know about a bunch of the gods. There is one interesting deity that is mentioned, and oftentimes it's sort of in an ambiguous sense, because some individuals that don't worship them can't necessarily decide whether they are a god, like in a super divine sense, or whether they are a devil. But essentially, Dendar, the world serpent, is an extremely powerful entity whose power is up there with the deities. And you have heard rumors. You have heard rumors of Dendar's Dendar's deviance being the subject of a lot of very nefarious and sacrilegious things that would be sacrilegious to any values you have in your religion. And that in the secrets of the world, especially the secrets of Leonios, a lot of those secrets always lead back to Dendar in some way, shape, or form. A very cunning and very conniving deity. And this individual, it makes sense because as you study this individual, they are Yuan Ti. They are of a very snake-like appearance. You can guess from the relation that La Lasu is or has been a devout follower of Dendar. You're very curious about what exactly happened that would shake that, or what exactly happened that would complete that in some way.
I think Duval, kind of knowing that, he's gonna nod and say,
So, if you don't mind me saying, that's a pretty lofty position.
Yes, it is. Finding one of your gods chosen and bringing them to their destiny. It is in some ways fulfilling, and in other ways, once your task is complete, things can seem colder. Things can seem finished. And she takes a pretty decent drink of her straight up vodka.
Duval is gonna nod and kind of ponder on his own situation and her situation, kind of check the similarities and differences there, and he's gonna say,
Well, perhaps I'm overstepping by saying this, but, you know, I found my purpose by following a deity to some extent, but that does not mean that one can't find themselves without following one. So perhaps, if your job there is done, perhaps you begin to serve yourself.
She blinks, and she sort of kind of sits there and kind of lets the moment take in. And she says, I've considered such easy to forget, I guess. Do not know your name, but seems for this short time you've given glimpse of hope. It seems your friend's getting into scuffle. Allow me to pay you back the gesture of kindness. And she's going to cast a spell on you. And that spell is going to be haste.
Ooh.
You will be hasted, my friend.
Wonderful.
As a matter of fact, just to make sure that the effect takes place, you have no third. Add a third level spell slot. Proper. Boom. You are hasted now.
It's wonderful.
All right. So now, everyone. But yeah, feel free to respond back.
Yeah, he's just gonna as he kind of stands and kind of stretches out his shoulders and pulls off this halberd off of his back. He's gonna give his big, beaming smile that he's been given this whole time throughout this adventure, and he's just gonna say, "Well, a glimmer of hope is better than none. I'll leave it to you to do the rest." And he'll get ready for battle.
All right. So combat begins. And we are going to start with Dusty.
I thought this was going so well. I'll grab my quarterstaff, I suppose, and get down close to the ground, sort of a sprinter's stance, and go as fast as I fucking can. I'm using my feline agility, so I am at 100 feet of movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And apparently one of them is an arena fighter. I'm assuming it's this guy with the swords. I'm gonna make 3 attacks at him.
Sure thing. Yeah, go right ahead.
Quarterstaff. There we go. How do I choose, like, if it's 1d8 or 1d6?
Usually, well, first and foremost, the attack. The attack is going to miss. When rolling damage, which how this flow works is that I roll damage.
Oh, it'll ask you?
Yeah. I don't know why it makes me do it, but it does. So that is going to be a miss.
Oof. Next attack, I'm going to try and, while I'm on the table, just, like, kick him in the face. Unarmed strike. And roll. There you go.
That is going to hit. And so the damage. Well, you wanted it to be a 1d6, right? Oh no, that's with your that's an unarmed strike. Yep. So that hits, and that would deal 5 damage.
Awesome. And then I'm going to spend the key points. Oh wait, do I not have a key point? We haven't rested.
Nope.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. I am more exhausted than I thought I was. Yeah, well, I guess I'll just sit there. I can't do anything.
Oh, okay.
That's fun. All right.
Okay, let's see how this goes. All right.
Right.
Forward we go. Turnip, it is now your turn.
So, am I grappled, or do they throw me to the side?
They threw you to the side, and they have a weapon drawn. And
all right.
You notice that in one of their hands, they have kind of a magic discharge that's sort of building up.
I am going to bunny hop onto the bar. Look at them on eye level now because I'm high enough. And pull 5 sharp sticks out of my bag, throw them on the ground, and they're going to disappear as I cast Spike Growth.
Oh. All right. Feel free to cast Spike Growth and to lay down the area.
For opportune. And after I cast that, I'm going to giggle a little bit and then hop down behind the bar. Hence will end my turn.
All right. Note that creatures do involve anybody who's in that area. So you'll notice that Hal starts to get a bunch of spike growth all up on the chair and the table.
Youch.
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 All right. When a creature moves into or within the area, in this case, moving into I mean, automatically moves into when it's created. It takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels. For every 5 feet it travels. Got it. And then it's also difficult terrain. Transformation. Yep,
Oh, you have locked me in the cage. Metaphor.
I'm sorry, friend.
Like, to his credit, I mean, like, Turnip is drunk, I think. I'm not sure anymore, based on swallowing the marble, casting the spell, and hopping over the countertop.
Well, the
So
marble
it is your turn, and you swallowed the marble. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no. Oh.
Ooh.
And I'm gonna.
You feel in a pretty intense heartburn in your stomach. Pretty intense, but it's not damaging to you. However, it's coming up, and you need to burp. And I think for this one, it's not going to be controlled. It's just a burp. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a direction.
Oh no.
Well, luckily he's shorter than the bar.
No, that's wrong.
So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm behind the bar.
Yeah, aim for the bot.
6 o'clock. All right.
Something's happening, guys. I'm sorry if anything happens here.
A fire bolt is going to slam into the bar to the south of you, and fire is going to start catching. Oh my god. That sound.
He's dedicated. He's dead.
Let me get an effect down so that we can kind of track the fire here. Let's see. Fire, that sounds good. There's usually like kind of a fire. That's red fire cone. That's a fire ball. I kind of just need an area. Yeah, we'll use that. It's fine. It'll pulse in and out, but it's fine. There is an area of the bar that is starting to light on fire.
Oh, so
Like right here.
Turnip has trapped us and set the building on fire.
All right. In which case, that is going to be the end of your turn. However, it's going to be Farron's turn now.
So I hate to do this, but this entire situation goes completely against Farron. This bar fight has nothing to do with the quest. And nor is he going to risk getting involved in this. Not necessarily just because of the truffle, but because Farron has alternative motives to be in this bar. So Farron is gonna take this moment to kind of lean over to this I guess waiter, this dwarven waiter, and be like, have you any idea what's going on here?
The waiter says, this happens every now and then. There's always some kind of fight. There's always some kind of fire lighting.
Right.
Don't get wrapped up in it if I was you.
He just says Tuesday, am I right?
Right, I'll definitely heed that warning. Is perhaps there any place upstairs or behind the bar I could take shelter?
Yeah. You can run along upstairs. I'll let you know if that fire gets unmanageable.
I'm sure there's windows, right? I could just escape.
Sure. There are windows upstairs, yeah.
Thank you.
We don't necessarily listen, here at the Daggers Drinkery. We don't the Daggers Den Drinkery. We don't really follow Dalgur regulations.
So Farron's going to just kind of walk backwards a little bit
All right.
and up the stairs. And that is 10 plus 25. That's 35. So I'm going to just kind of peer over, and I'll keep a watch from up here, but I'm not getting it.
Okay. In which case, so you're keeping a watch from right about there. In which case, since you are, hold on a sec. I'm gonna give you a free perception roll. Active.
Okay. Farron. Which beats perception. 15, I believe.
15. Okay. From your position, there's definitely a ton of commotion. Obviously there's a ton of commotion. However, from where you're standing, you are going to notice on the upstairs portion, I'm going to switch over the map here for just a short moment.
I do want to just make it clear that Farron has no idea that he's supposed to be up here or any reason. Like, he is just strictly trying to not be in the middle of the bar.
Understood. I gotta fix this scene too, because apparently all the lighting is broken. I'm not sure why. Just do global illumination. That's fine. As you were standing up there, you notice that a figure manages to move upstairs, move from the room you're in towards, I guess, what would be a hallway.
Okay.
With a 15, you're going to get a glimpse of this individual as they walk in that direction. It doesn't seem like the people upstairs are really taking anybody upstairs. It doesn't seem that they're really taking all that much note of stuff downstairs. Commotion happens, it's whatever. But you see this individual. Something occurs to you. So, a dwarf. Well, there are dwarves with black hair here and there. But you see this individual does manage to just kind of creep in this direction.
Okay. So, given Farron's situation and task at hand, would he be a prime suspect to try and get information from?
So to recall, when you were questioning individuals at the Cinder Forge market, they had mentioned that there was a dwarf that was standing and possibly dealing or responsible for dealing. This was witnessed, and some drow came along and intimidated the witness. Now, again, you're not sure if this is the exact dwarf, but it fits the profile of one of the individuals you're looking for.
Okay. Right. So in that case, just the fact that Farron saw him, he's going to go, okay, there's an individual up here I might need to check in on. But also at this point, he's split between his party members and continuing investigation. So he's going to stay put and just keep a note that there is potentially people up here that he might need to interact with and leave.
Okay. Fine. On which case is that going to make your turn?
Yeah, that's going to end my turn. He's just going to stand here watching the people.
All right. In which case, we're going to move it over to Hal. Hal, you are being surrounded by thorns, and you you feel as if you move even a little bit, you are going to get torn up by these thorns.
Is the guest book safe though? Okay, so shoot. Hal just realized that like thorns shot out of the ground. Turnip just got tossed across the room. People are dashing. The two at the front are fighting. He just kind of looks up from the book and he's just feels the thorns hitting him, hitting the seat and slowly creeping up to him. Shoot. I'm going to do. I'm just gonna react and I will. Good God, I will go ahead and cast. I guess I will try to cast. Well, I can see. I can't see Dusty. Dusty just like disappeared from my view, right?
You can. So this whole thing, this thing right here, that's like a ceiling lamp. I would say you can see the gist of Dusty.
Okay. So what I will do is, for the sake of the group safety, I will go ahead and cast Bless on myself, Dusty, and Duval because he's right there, just in case.
Oh, thank God.
Apparently something's hitting the fan. Yeah, that will. Let's see. Let's do that. That's the one.
All right, make your target and do your bless. You bless up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. So that is going to be Duval, that is going to be yourself, and that is going to be Dusty. And basically, target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the attack roll or saving throw. Super duper. Boom. You got it. Okay.
I can't see Turnip, but I was like, that's the best I could do. I am standing on the table watching the thorns grow up higher and higher. I'll see what happens with that, but I will end my turn there.
All right. In which case, Duval, it is now your turn.
Wonderful. First off, does it roll my bless for me?
It will. You see, I haven't tested that with the new cocktail of plugins. I'm going to presume it does not.
Okay.
So we'll just add a 1d4 after the fact.
Nice. So, with this wonderful spell that Lala Su has placed upon me, I can take an additional action on my turn. So what I'm going to do is Duval is in his kind of heightened state. He's going to kind of chuckle and spin his halberd, and he's going to face it up towards the ceiling. And I don't know if this happens magically or if there's like a real lightning bolt that just kind of shoots through the ceiling. But he is going to imbue. He's going to use his channel divinity, so I will mechanically do that. Which, this is the. So I'm just going to mark that I used it, because this is the one that it still has me as Oath of Conquest, but
interesting.
But
your oath. Yeah, I remember. Oath of Storms is broken.
Yeah. So I will go ahead and just tell everybody what this channel divinity does. As an action, I imbue myself and a weapon with the essence of lightning using my channel divinity. Any weapon I am holding becomes transformed into a tangible 3-foot lightning bolt. This weapon now deals 2d8 lightning damage in place of its regular damage dice. It is a one-handed martial melee weapon with which only you are proficient with the thrown property out to 80 to 320 feet. When thrown in this way, the bolt instantly returns to your hand upon missing or striking its target, and the weapon retains all original magical properties if it had any, but my halberd does not. And it lasts for 1 minute, and I may dismiss it with no action required. So I now have this lightning bolt in my hand as I'm crackling with electric energy. And I kind of like spin the lightning bolt a couple times, and I see this woman here, and I just hurl it at her.
All right.
And I kind of axe handle throw it instead of like your traditional like javelin throw. He kind of axe handles it. So press Alt. So would I just roll a d20 for that and then add my d4?
Yeah, we can do it
Okay.
that way.
Awesome. Roll that.
D20 plus if there's any modifiers, we'll add that to the roll.
Yeah, I am proficient, so I'd add my proficiency bonus, and it's a thrown, so it'd be my dex, I'd assume.
Yep.
Proficiency bonus at this level is 2.
Well, if it's thrown, it would be strength.
It'd be wonderful. That is what I prefer. So add a +5 +4. I think this is how that will go. Hopefully that'll roll right.
That rolls very well. It's a 26.
Wonderful. And so I think it just does 2d8 damage, lightning damage, though. So I don't think it does any extra mods. So.
All right. In which case, go ahead and roll that 2d8.
That is not the roll button. That is. There we go.
Boom. That is 10 damage. As this arc of lightning, you toss it in her direction. She has this glare on her face, like she's gonna get revenge on Turnip, and she is suddenly struck with this electric bolt, and she ends up falling to her knees as it begins coursing throughout her body with arcs of energy, and she sort of like screams out in pain. You deal 10 damage.
And as that happens, he like immediately like pulls it back to him, and he's gonna kind of put it on his shoulder like it's an axe, even though it's just an arc of lightning. And he just says, "Come on, it's just a little shock, if you will." That'll be my turn.
All right. In which case, we're gonna move it on. It says barbarian, but it's really, it is what it is. Also, because this is just a token, it doesn't have all the stats I need. But I know what they got. I know what weapon it is. They're going to take out a massive hammer. And they're going to... No, hold on a second. Let me think. Is it a brawl? Or do they take their hammer? Nah, it's going to be a brawl. This is a bar fight brawl kind of thing. So they're going to take their fists. And they're going to lay down one fist after the other on Kirith. First one is going to be 6+4. More like 6. First one is going to mix. Let's do the second one. +6 is the main hand. All right. And the second one is going to hit, and that is going to deal, superficial damage. 6. It's whatever. That's her turn. She's gonna take a chunk out of this big guy, and then Kirith is just going to grumble, and he is going to say, "I told you this would be the last time." And Kirith is going to attempt to grapple. So that is going to be a strength check, the strength check. It's 19 against a 20. Kirith is not able to make a grapple on her. She just bats away his arms and laughs at him. Next up is Valimar.
Okay, I know I kicked you in the face, but maybe we can let bygones be bygones.
Is going to look all over, is going to look at his clothes, and there's all sorts of tiny spines all up in his clothes too, and he is going to say, "Thankfully for me, I don't have anywhere that I need to go." He's going to take his longsword, and he's going to slash that longsword at you twice. First one is a 9. That's going to be a miss. Also, the modifier is off. That still misses, though. Let me change this, because this is way, way too... way too weak for this guy. Proficiency. Yep, that is correct. Okay. So the first one's going to fail anyways. The second one, 15. Does a 15 hit?
Sadly, just barely.
All right.
Yeah, it does.
And they're going to slash you for 9 damage. Boom.
Oh, jeez.
And that is going to be their turn. Now, Salaya, Kendar. Salaya, you were just... Salaya was just attacked by Duval. And she is going to look around the room and sort of, in a sense, sort of realize that both of them are a bit outnumbered, but she is still going to do her due diligence and decide to fire back. You, Duval. She's going to target you, and she is going to take the energy that is in her hands. And since she can't move anywhere, she is going to go ahead and chuck a firebolt at you.
All right.
Also, need to fix proficiency on this person, too. There we go. Firebolt, let's go. Oh, 15. Probably doesn't hit. Nope, does not.
No, it does not.
All right. Bonus action. They're going to take their dagger. Nah. I think that's just where they're going to end their turn. They missed with their firebolt. Top of the order. We are back in the mix. It is now Dusty's turn.
You know what? All of a sudden, I'm not quite liking my odds. So, I'm going to... Looking up, does the ceiling sort of like light chandeliers seem to be within my grasp? Like if I jumped up, I can grab and try to swing off of it?
Oh, you're standing on a table. If you want to try to grab that chandelier, you can.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to take the action to disengage and then jump up and try to grab that and swing away.
All right. Yeah, let's do an acrobatics check.
Okay, awesome. Attributes, acrobatics, plus an additional d4. His bless. Oh no.
Oh dear. Here's the deal. You are gonna fall 10 feet from where that chandelier is in any direction. Choose a direction, but that is going to be in the thorns, and you will be dealt thorn damage.
Oh, Hal, please. I'm gonna jump onto the other table next to Hal.
All right. All right. I believe that's 2d8 for thorns.
It's only 2d4, 2d4, 2d4.
It's okay.
Is it only 2d4?
No vitals, no vitals.
Okay.
Hey, turn up, you should roll some damage.
All right, that is 7 damage.
All right, I'll take that.
Yikes.
I'm so sorry. It's okay. I should not have run in there like that. Oh, I'm hurting so bad. Jesus.
All right. Is that going to make for your turn?
Yes.
All right. Turnip, is now your turn.
So Turnip is going to look at the fact that he just threw up fire. He's going to immediately look at the automaton in front of him and say,
Real quick, give me a bottle of the strongest alcohol you got.
They are going to look about, and they're going to shrug because the automaton... Well, hold on a sec. How dumb is the automaton? Oh, the automaton's super dumb. Super dumb. So they're going to, like, grab... They're going to open their mini fridge chassis. They're going to grab in, and they're going to take out, like, a bottle of like a bottle. Yeah, like a bottle of vodka, and they're gonna give it over to you.
Turnip is then going to try and tear off like a small piece of cloth from his arm.
All right.
And you know what he's doing with that.
Yes. So where are you chucking that thing?
I'm going to kind of like bunny hop over the bar to get a view of where they are again.
Bunny hop.
And right at what's her name? The one that threw the firebolt. Kind of like a no, you get lit on fire move.
Celia or Celia?
Yeah, that one.
All right. Make a. Well, let's see here. You're chucking it. They need to make a dexterity saving throw. I guess that means.
I need to, or they need to?
They need to.
Okay.
I
don't know what the.
It
Should I
would
just
be
roll opposing?
treated. Let's see. In this case, it would be treated like a 3x3 square. I would argue. So,
Perhaps.
in which case, you're chucking that directly at her? 1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4. That is 5,
I
10,
would-
15, 20. 20 is the range of throwing typically. So, in which case, going ahead and doing that.
Just to try and save Dusty a little bit, I would argue that it would have the same range as a flask of oil.
What's the range of a flask of oil?
10.
Oh.
Well, I mean, like the AOE, not the throwing.
The AOE would be 10.
Yeah.
Also, I have a quick question. How long does it take to drink a potion of healing?
One action.
One action? Okay.
Well, okay, so with a flask of oil, though, it is an attack roll because it's something that strikes a person. But you have literally an entire bottle of vodka.
That's fair.
Which is more of an AOE. So I would argue
I tried,
that,
Dusty. I tried.
I would argue that, yeah. Let's do 50-50 here. It's gonna have a 10-foot, that basically a 2x2 block that it affects. So she's still gonna need to make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm just worried about the AOE hitting Dusty.
She succeeds on the dexterity saving throw. However, this would typically be fire is typically 5 fire damage. So she's gonna end up taking 2 fire damage from that. But the area is indeed covered with flame now. That flame is going to completely burn away the thorns in that particular section. However, now fire is the thing that she needs to deal with. All right. Was there anything else you had to do on your turn? I think doing all of that is probably one turn.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at the bartender and be like,
For the tap, just charge the Goliath lady over there fighting the Dragonborn.
and I'm gonna kind of like tuck under the bar over here, not on top of it, kind of like scooting in.
All right. And in which case, I'm going to roll to see if this fire here ends up getting any worse. The fire stays localized. So we're going to move it forward. It is now Farron's turn. Farron, you are at the top of the stairs.
I think Farron at this point is still pretty undecided. He actually he wants to just peer across the tavern. What is the reaction? Like, what are the people on the east side of the tavern doing?
There's some people are sort of just kind of sitting and watching it with entertainment. Some people are getting nervous. It's kind of like that threshold between should we be nervous? Are we having fun? This is going to be a great story to tell. This is going to be a great story to tell my friends. The fire's getting a little hot. It's like it's that kind of sensation, right? It's the thrill.
Okay. Did any other fights break out?
Oh, that's a good question. That is an appropriate question to ask because I did plant that seed. So let's see here. What is the probability of other fights breaking out? I would say the higher the roll, the more probable. No, everybody is sitting and watching the fights taking place.
Okay. In that case, given that Farron has watched this localized fight, I think he would go ahead and try to use this fight as a way to, as an excuse to go upstairs even further. Like, since, you know, they have it kind of in control currently, he's just going to go upstairs and be more or less like, you guys know that there's the bar's on fire type of deal. That's what he's gonna do. So, and that'll be his turn.
All right.
If you don't want to switch scenes or whatever.
No, I can easily switch scenes. No trouble for me. So we're switching scenes here. And in this particular scene, feel free to move the amount that you wish to move in this case. Is it not letting you move?
No, I cannot move.
Weird. Oh, because they're technically not in. It's weird because combat state right now is set. So just tell me where you want me to move this individual.
I need to be able. I'm gonna kind of peek around the corner, so kind of get it. Okay, now I can kind of see what's going on. So that was 15. I'll keep walking in a little bit and peer down the hallway. I'm sneaking, not like super sneak, but kind of like slow moving, just kind of like seeing what's going on. I'm not trying to be suspicious. I'm just trying to be cautious. Like
a stealth roll is a
this
stealth
is
roll.
new.
So feel free to roll stealth.
Okay, I will roll a stealth roll.
Oh my goodness.
That is a critical 5. Critical fail 5.
Let me roll a couple things here.
Maybe I stormed up the stairs.
That's funny. Let me roll a couple other things. You notice, you think you're being stealthy. However, one thing in particular that you do manage to notice is that there's no change to the trajectory of this individual. So it doesn't seem like they overheard or anything like that. They don't seem to be very aware that there's anybody. So
okay.
You notice that they go to this door right here, and they manage to knock on the door, and they stand there, and they take out an object from their pocket, and it appears to be a ring of sorts. And they slip on this ring, and they make a very particular gesture in the air.
Okay.
As this happens, you notice that there is a mark that sort of shows up on the door. It is a particular symbol, and as soon as that symbol is drawn, the door opens. This individual steps in, and the door closes.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. So I guess since he moved on before I could get in ear or like into to interact with him. I think Farron is gonna kind of just move down the hallway,
All right.
knocking on the doors one at a time. So
hold on a sec. You were like right here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. And then
you can do one more. I have 35 foot.
Oh, 35.
for
Okay.
movement.
Cool. And so what you're gonna end up doing is knocking on the doors as you're passing.
Yeah. So Farron is gonna. It's kind of under the guise of trying to be a nice person, but essentially what Farron's gonna do is knock on the door and be like, "Oh, sorry to bother you. I just wanted to let you know the bar's on fire," and then roll like a perception of their room from what the doors open.
Okay.
And if he can't see anything, insight of like the person. That's pretty much all Farron's going to be doing for the next foreseeable future.
All right. In which case, you're going to position yourself at this door in particular, correct?
Okay. I mean, I was going to go one door by one door, but
Okay, sure.
I'm obviously, like, my focus would be that door because I saw somebody that I think I might need to talk to, but I also don't want to be too obvious, like, hey, I just saw you do this magic sigil on your door and wanted to let you know. So I'm going to try to use the guise of alerting everyone the situation.
Okay.
To be less obvious.
Gotcha. So in your turn, you're going to knock on the first door.
Okay.
And then feel free to do a perception check.
Okay. Perception.
Ooh, 20. So it's interesting because with a 20, you notice that distinctively on the other side of this door. Clearly nobody's in this room. There's nobody in this room. However, with a 25, as you were listening, you do manage to hear some commotion coming from that door. And the noise appears to be, at first, it's argumentative.
Can I use my dash action to get closer to try and listen closer?
Sure. And I think this will be the extent of movement for the turn.
Okay.
But with the 25, you hear argument of sorts. I think with a 25, you can hear that there's something to the tune of, "Listen, you darn duskers. You promised me a cut, and I expect to get that cut." And you hear moments later, there's this tense silence, and then you hear a, wait, that's not what I meant. No. And you hear a thunk.
What? Goddamn.
And that is going to be the end
no.
of your turn.
Oh no. Okay.
As we return to the floor below, move it forward to Hal's turn.
Uh-oh. Alright, so I've seen Dusty look pretty beat up. He kind of hops back on the table. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on him to get him up to snuff. Let's see, target him. Oops. Okay, that one should do it.
Time to help out your buddy. Your buddy needs help.
Oh yeah, Hal rubs his hands together like like defibrillators, and he casts Cure Wounds on
There's thorns in my feet.
I'm Dusty, and it's like, I also try to pluck out some of the thorns while I'm at it. Okay.
All right. Feel free to roll that cure wounds and how much is healed.
Come on, give him some love. Oh.
I mean, hey, that's not, it's not the worst thing. You got him 5. He's feeling a little vigorous.
Okay,
I
I
feel
could be a
better
much
than
better
ever.
healer at some point, but I suppose just in case, I will keep an eye out on her, and then I'll end my turn there. I'll have my battle axe and my shield ready, just in case. So
All right.
I'll end it there.
Excellent. In which case, we're going to move it on to Duval.
So, while all this is happening, Duval is kind of just talking shit. He's the firebolt kind of like arcs wide, and he's just like, let me show you how it's done. And he throws the lightning bolt back at her. Let me get this roll up. 5, 8, 4. Hal has not lost concentration on the bless, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Nope. Iro is still looking out for y'all.
That is a 18.
Does the lightning bolt hit her?
Yes, it does.
Wonderful. So.
Well,
she will...
hold on a sec.
Oh, all
Does
right.
it hit her? Reaction. Shield spell.
Nice.
So that is going to +5 to bonus to AC. Nope, it's going to block it this time.
Nice. He's just gonna, as it, I guess, like, just kind of bounces back at him off of that shield spell. He's just gonna like, you're no fun. What's he gonna do with his extra action that he can do? I think.
Do something bold.
Do something bold?
I mean, you can do what you want, but you have haste. Do something bold.
All right.
Throw the rabbit.
Okay, so this is a bonus action, so I still technically also have my extra action. I am going to use Compel Duel.
Ooh.
So I think all I need to do, if I'm not mistaken, is cast at level 1.
Yes, level
consume
1.
The spell
It is
slot,
a
cast spell.
I think it's a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. I think it prompted you to do something for that.
For Celia, and that is a natty 1.
Ooh. Okay, so failed save. The creature is drawn to me, compelled by my divine demand.
Mm-hmm.
And for the duration, it has a disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than me. And it must make a wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move to a space that is more than 30 feet away from me. If it succeeds on this saving throw, the spell doesn't restrict the target's movement for that turn. The spell ends if I attack any other creature. If I cast a spell that targets a hostile creature other than the target, and if a creature friendly to me damages the creature or casts a harmful spell on it. So that was my bonus action. And as my action, Sadly, I do not know if I really have anything that I can do. As sad as that is, I don't want to move into this spike growth. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna kind of hang out here.
You could always, you mean as a bonus action or as an action?
What do you mean?
Well, what do you have left? Do you have bonus action or an action?
I have an action left, but I cannot make 2 attacks with this with this spell.
You could use a skill if there's a particular skill you feel compelled to use.
That is true. Can I also? This might be counterintuitive, but just with my maybe my last hit, is it possible I could maybe make an intimidation check against my enemy?
Sure.
All right. So let me pull it up, and I get a plus 24 because of glass. 19.
19. Well, they're gonna roll a wisdom saving throw against that. Kids are not succeed. Oh, well, not quite. So they are compelled into a duel with you, but they are feared by you. So essentially that means they can't be more than 30 feet away from you, but they can't willingly step toward you either. So they have to be somewhere between there and no further.
Duval just kind of says, well, if you be so kind, stand still over there while I keep throwing this lightning bolt at you.
All right, is that going to be your turn?
Yeah, that is everything I can do.
All right, so let's grind the rest of this down. There's going to be a strength contest versus a strength contest for grappling. Ooh. The Dragonborn is grappled. And she is going to toss the Dragonborn into the table. I'm doing this cinematically at this point. Toss the Dragonborn into the table, and the table's going to break. And she's going to stand in a ready position and kind of egg him on and be like, come on, come on. And the Dragonborn is going to stand up from the table and is going to rush forward with an attempt at a basically a charge, but also, you know, a grapple check of his own. Versus her. Oh, that's a strength saving throw. It doesn't really matter, though. Nope. I mean, it's not that. It would have to be +4. Well, she still fails. So Dragonborn is going to end up going to grapple her, and they're gonna end up doing this sort of like just grapple exchange. Is going to try to like shove her closer to the door. And that's gonna be their combat. They're basically wrestling. Now it is Valamar's turn. Valamar is looking over at the entire scene. He smirks a little bit. He decides that he can. There's a little something he may be able to do here. Misty Step. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, perfect. Misty Step over here. And is going to take out a hand crossbow. And is going to continue to, well, in this case, target the individual who is threatening his sister. Which is going to fail pretty terribly. That's just going to be his turn. Whatever. Salaya is feared. So Salaya is going to... Salaya is going to have to do a saving throw against the fire. Actually, no, I think at this point she just gets full fire damage. 18. She's down for that. She's going to do Misty Step over here. And she is going to... And she is going to go up to Valimar, and she is going to say, I think we overstayed our welcome. Valimar is like, it seems. And that's going to be their exchange. And what she is going to do as an action, a proactive action, instead of... Well, actually, no. She's just gonna stand there ready. That's all she's gonna do. And then we start with Dusty Pan once again. Just to let everybody know, we are at 11:30 p.m. Central. We're gonna have a half hour more of session, and if it wasn't obvious, there's gonna be a session 3 because there's obviously more of this that past the bar fight. So.
This is a one-shot mini-series now.
No, I stopped calling it a one-shot. I'm now calling it an adventure.
An adventure.
All right. Dusty, it is now your turn.
All right. Can I jump over to this partition up to the north of me and then use my claws to climb so I don't touch the ground?
Yeah, I could argue you can jump over the partition.
Awesome.
You will be moving through. Remember the conditions of the unfortunate bristling of the thorns. I do believe each movement you have to do a 2d4. Is that correct? Spike growth. When a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels.
Yeah, that's how it works.
So that's another what, 2d4?
That is gonna be well, you moved from there to there.
No, I'm just going straight up this way. I thought I could like jump to the partition and use my claws to avoid the fall or avoid the brambles.
I mean, the brambles are more than just on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little different when you were hanging onto the chandelier, but I think in this case you would take at least 2d4 damage if you're.
All right.
If you're not like up on the
I will take it.
All right.
I have no other choice. Oh God, you're hurting me. And I'm gonna use my action to drink a potion of healing. Oh well, no, it seems like it's kind of about to end. Oh, but I can't really have it end because there's people upstairs, and if they leave now, they're gonna know. Yeah, I'll use a potion of healing. What is that? 2d4? How do I use it?
Yep. So go ahead and roll for the potion. Is this the 1d4 potion of healing that you got, or is this the?
No, that was someone else. This is the starting potion.
Okay, so yeah, 2d4 plus 2.
Healing. 4 plus 2. So that's 8. Nice. All right. And what was that? How many feet was that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
You will be down 1 5-foot movement because that's difficult terrain. So you'll be one space back.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yep. It's not moving. Oh, there we go. Okay, and that'll be the end of my turn.
All right. In which case we move it forward. It's now Turnip's turn. Turnip, you still got that grumbling in your stomach.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm going to dispel my thingamajigger and jump over the bar. So I'm dispelling spike growth. I don't know how to get rid of that.
That's fine, I gotcha.
I'm gonna dash over here and well, not dash, but kind of bunny hop over the bar and run up to their shins, and I'm going to try to, with this guy right here, slap his shin with frostbite.
All right, so
How do
that
I-
is a saving throw, DC 13, Constitution, and they are going to succeed at it.
Okay, then they feel a slight chill, but no damage.
Yep.
So now there's a 2-foot tall bunny in front of them, and I'm gonna kind of chuckle and look up in a bit of fear. Oh. And yeah, wait. I know that was my action, but is there a chance that I could try to channel the rumbling in my tummy?
It is a ranged firebolt attack, essentially. This would be a disadvantage because you are point blank.
Okay. Would that be just 2d20, or what would that be?
Yeah, do 2d20, and then we'll take whatever the lower of it is.
And then what do I add to that? Not just my spell.
Yeah,
Oh.
spell ability modifier.
I have no clue what that is. 3. Cool.
Yep.
If I can pull up the tab.
So that is an 18 plus your spell ability. Yeah, that's gonna, or 16 is the lower one, but that's still gonna hit. So damage from firebolt.
I touch his shin, don't freeze it, and then I throw up on his leg, but it's all fire.
That's gonna be 1d10 damage. 9 damage on Valimar.
Sorry.
And that's gonna end my turn.
All right. In which case, Baron, we're gonna pop upstairs for just a moment because you believe that you have just overheard potentially a murder.
I am going. Okay, so following the thud, do I hear anything happening? Perhaps them
So,
arguing
I
about
think
murdering.
an extension of that d20, you hear that there is maybe a glimpse of some movement, but then things go quiet.
Okay, I am going to drink my 1d4 health potion from chat from last session.
Oh, you get one right. No, I'm sorry. You get a plus. By the way, from chat, from Callie, somebody has given you a plus 1d4 roll as well. So make sure to write that down as well.
Okay, I will write that down. I'm going to drink this 1d4 potion because given the fact that I think I just heard a murder, I think that I might need to be at full health as close. So I'm gonna do that.
All right. Well, that's one.
One is better than nothing. So that's gonna put me at 15, and is there a lock on this door?
Like all of the doors have locks on them, as you know, if this is an inn. You can presume that
This
you
one
can
is magically
presume
locked.
like you overheard the unlocking and the locking.
Right.
So you would need to like pick the lock or try to force your way in if you wanted to try to get through this door.
Okay. I'm gonna follow through with my plan. I'm going to knock on the door and tell people fire. So I'm gonna knock on the door behind me first. And just pound on the door and see if anyone answers, because this will be the second time I've knocked.
All right. You knock on the door. And what is it that you're doing in preparation? Are you just saying there's a fire?
I am. So currently, I'm pounding on the door as loud as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That way, maybe people hear me. But I'm gonna say I'm not gonna scream, but I am gonna say, "Heads up! There's a fire. Heads up!
All
If
right.
anybody's home, there's a fire."
So you listen in. Yeah, roll a perception check if you could.
Okay.
$17. Do private. Roll here. You don't hear anything. You knock on the door. I think with a 17, it's enough to dictate that you didn't hear anything really all that much before, but especially after pounding the door, you almost get this like sensation on the back of your neck that things are just a pinch quieter.
Okay.
And
now, was this the door that the people died in, or the one? Okay. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and travel down to the next door and repeat, knock and yell about the fire.
All right.
Because I can't have them thinking that I'm onto them.
All right, so you go ahead and knock, and you listen in. You do not hear any motion.
I like how it's hidden, but we still hear the sound effects.
You still hear the sound effect. Yeah, you don't get anything. Things are dead quiet.
Oh my goodness. Everyone is dead, ... quiet. Well, I will continue to knock as long as I have movement and the ability to do so.
As you do so, you knock on this door and you knock on this door. It's the same thing. There's no change.
Interesting. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to try to travel the north hallway with what movement? I think, let's see. If we presume I'm dashing, what is that?
You mean like this way?
Maybe like, yeah.
Okay. There are maybe a couple more rooms here. I'd say enough to get here.
Okay.
You knock on one. You realize that this one actually says bathroom.
Okay.
Has a bathroom symbol. The one next to you is another room. You knock on that one, and upon knocking at that one, you hear, "What? What is it?"
Oh, I just wanted to let you know that there's a, well, to put it simply, the bar's on fire. Not sure if that's going
good
to
heavens.
Yeah, not sure if it's going to get worse.
Are we gonna be all right? Should I be moving out the window?
Not as of this moment, but I was headed up here away from the fire myself, and I wanted to let those who may be residing up here know that there is potential danger. So, that is
so what do you want me to do? You want me to head out the window, or you want me to head downstairs? You're not very good at alerting. This seems like an emergency.
Well, perhaps you were in the middle of a rigorous game of cards, and you didn't know there was a fire. You see, you wouldn't be prepared to go out the window now, would you?
I mean, you've only just met me, sir.
I'm just saying. my due diligence of letting you know that potentially is danger.
Right. Okay. So, how about this? How about I go downstairs, and if it's too hot down there, I'll come back. All right. I'll head this way. Thank you.
Can Farron? Well, his movement's up. So I'll end the turn there. But next turn, I am going to quickly inspect his room. Well, he's got.
Sure thing. Excellent. In which case, we're gonna move it forward to the next individual in the initiative.
Oh gosh.
I started with like not an accent, and then I realized I needed an accent for this person, so I gave them a terrible Australian accent.
Hey, now you're catching on to what I do.
Yeah.
Hey, I found it very charming personally. It's a wonderful, wonderful Australian
I
accent.
feel like I had to channel like a little bit of Australian and a little bit of Monty Python in there.
Oh, wonderful.
A little bit of Eric Idle. All right, here we go.
I halfway wanted to tell him to jump out the window, see what he would do.
Roll a persuasion.
All right, so we're at Hal. Hal, you are not in the middle of a bristling situation. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and I guess I will go ahead and jump to right on to Turnip's help. I'm gonna come up to Valimar, and I'm just gonna come in swinging. Make that happen. Let's see. Section 70. What? Oh, here we go. Why is it telling me to do that again?
Trying to figure out how to attack.
Well, yeah, because I already highlighted him, but it keeps telling me select a target for the attack. Do I need to clear the thing?
Yeah, try clearing it. Maybe you have another individual, like more than one individual. Clear it and then try it again.
Okay, let's go ahead. Targets. Let's go do that. Okay, here we go. Oh my god.
You come in with the battle axe. A 7 is not going to do it as he parries the blade
Crap.
with his sword.
Well, let's shoot. That's all I got right now.
All right. Duval, it is now your turn.
Wonderful. Duval is just gonna he's gonna notice that the woman Misty stepped, and he's gonna kind of make a frowned face that she's still within his kind of aura of stay here. So he's just gonna say, you think getting farther away is gonna stop me? He's gonna like hurl his lightning bolt yet again, and he's gonna like, well, actually I was gonna say he was gonna like arc it over Turnip, but I forget how short Turnip is. He probably does absolutely nothing.
Sure.
And he's going to attack her again. I don't think Compelled Duel goes down if I
No.
damage them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so 25, 4. Hal, you have not dropped concentration on Bless, correct?
Nope.
Wonderful.
All right.
That's 18.
18. 18 on Celaya.
Yeah.
All right. Second reaction with a shield. That is
All right.
going to burst her AC, and that is going to miss.
He's just gonna He's gonna chuckle. He said, "Well, I could be here all day." And with his other action, he's not getting trips. All of these are concentration. Can he make I don't know what kind of check this would be, but can he make some sort of check to determine how, like, if this fire is getting unmanageable or not?
I guess I never rolled to see if the fire is kind of petering out. It's not really.
Okay. Let's see. I don't know. If that is the case, then you know what? Since spike growth is down, he's just gonna go ahead and he's gonna take one step back. I guess I have to. So that puts her at 30 feet away, so she can't move further away from me. But if she's still frightened, I don't think she can move closer either.
Yeah,
I don't know how long
she would need to remain there, basically.
Yep.
Until one of those two things, you know.
Yeah. So I think with that, he's gonna give a little wink to Lala Su, and that'll be his turn.
All right. Moving it forward, more of this cinematic brawl between these two large individuals. She's going to come forth, and she is going to herself do yet another grapple. Grapple v. grapple. They are locked in an engagement with each other, but he gets an opportunity to try to do the same. Turn that grapple around. I keep forgetting she actually gets +4. So actually she gains the advantage, and she ends up picking him up and basically suplexing him into this desk thing, and it just breaks as his body slams down onto it, and there's all sorts of wood splinters that fly out. From your perspective, all you see is she picks him up, she steps out of your view, you hear a big crash, and there's just a bunch of wood that flies. And so they're having fun. Now it is Valamar's turn, and Valamar is looking at the situation. He's saying, Zelaya, I think I've had it with these filth. And what he is going to do is he is going to start performing actions that are unique to him as an individual. And the first thing he's going to do is he's going to cast Darkness. That is a 15-foot radius, so that is going to encompass that radius. There's nothing but a magical darkness that surrounds all of you. Valamar, an arena fighter and someone proficient with blind fighting, decides to take their sword and perform one of their special attacks, known as the Whirling Dervish. And they are going to first reach out to strike Hal. And they are going to... Oh, it's doing that for me too. Oh, because I got more than one person selected. Again, that's why it's doing that. Okay.
Okay.
So they're going to do one attack on Hal, so that's going to be a 20, which is going to hit.
Okay. Who is hitting me?
And so you're going to need to do concentration save for your bless. So go ahead and roll that.
Come on.
That succeeds. Then you're gonna feel a quick breeze of movement, and then another sword attack.
Uh-uh.
Oh, hold on a sec. It's not letting me actually roll that. There we go. Which is a 13.
I think
It's your AC.
okay.
I keep forgetting D&D attack hit AC. It's always different. Hits attack exactly if it matches target's AC. The attack hits. If it equals or exceeds. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So
Beats it, right?
that is going to be an extra 9 damage on you.
Oh,
Another concentration check on your bless.
Okay. Come on.
And it's going to succeed again. And then they are going to flip back in this direction. As you get the sense that they're swirling their blade around, and you hear as slashes go out to Turnip now, because there will be 2.
Ah, okay.
The first one is 14, which misses. The second one is 10, which misses. And that is going to make for his attack. However, both of you are concealed in darkness. It also means that Celaya cannot see the thing that she is afraid of. What's even more interesting about that is for compelled duel, must make a wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move to a space that is more than 30 feet away. If it succeeds, the spell doesn't restrict target's movement for that turn. Spell ends if you or any other creature, if you cast a spell, the target. If a creature friendly to you damages the target or casts a harmful spell on it. Oh, interesting. Did anything else attack Celaya? If a creature, yes, no. If a creature
I don't think
friendly
anybody
to you
did.
damages, okay. Or if you end your turn more than 30 feet away from the target.
So basically, if she moves out of that range, I would need to be able to know that and move, which with this big area of darkness, I'm going to say I probably cannot. So if she succeeds her wisdom saving throw, she probably will just be free of it.
Yeah. So she's going to attempt a wisdom saving throw to try to get out of that. It comes up, yeah, once again. So that's actually 17.
Yeah, that passes.
And so she's going to utilize this opportunity to 3, 4, kind of heading towards the door-ish. Valimar is also going to start kind of leaving the premises, and that's where they're going to end up. So nobody in the party can see them. It seems like they're just heading towards the door. They just want out of the situation. So we return to Dusty Pan. It is at this point you get to decide if you want to continue engaging in the fight, because it seems like the other individuals are trying to leave.
I am going to run upstairs and try to find the people that were apparently said to be upstairs.
All right, so let's bounce upstairs really quick. I will add you upstairs. I'll choke really quick here. Their characters. Dusty. Boom. And like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You notice that this individual is like, okay, head to the stairs, head to the stairs, head to the stairs. Oh, hello. Head to the stairs, head to the stairs.
Is he a dwarf or drow?
No, neither. Just
Okay,
an
then
elf.
I don't care. How many feet of movement was that?
There's like,
It doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna move. I'm gonna dash some, move again, just run through, see what I can hear as I'm running through the hallway.
so that would be about the distance.
All right.
As you are running, you do not hear anything else in this hallway. You suspect that your friend Farron is somewhere up here, though. You can, speak out and try to see if he's up here.
Yeah, I'll say, Farron, where are they? The other two down there are leaving. And that'll be the end of my turn.
All right. All right, and then we go back to that room so that we can move initiative forward. Initiative forward is going to be Turnip. Turnip, you are in darkness.
All right, so Turnip is not knowing how far, but I'm assuming that I can tell they're no longer there, right? I probably would have heard them step away.
You felt the rush of air as if something was trying to slash at you, so you're still kind of on your guard, but you have no idea.
Okay, then I am... how would I do this in character? I mean, I suppose, like, I'll kind of, like, blankly swing forward in, like, an attempt to hit something.
Okay, so in which case...
Kind of like lunging.
Kind of just lunging out. I mean, your buddy is right next to you. It's possible you lunge at your buddy.
I'm just going directly towards the guy that I threw up on his leg. Which I would assume is still directly in front of me.
You lunge and there's nobody there.
Oh, then I'm, dead sprinting forward. Blindly.
All right.
I think that's... How do I measure movement? I leave the blindness, but I'm still moving, and I just blunk straight in between these two guys' combat, not even noticing the two drow right there.
Where'd they go?
And that'll end my turn.
Yeah. Oh, she is definitely a large fellow, so they would they just kind of stopped and are like okay. Farron, we go back upstairs.
So Farron is definitely face palming at the shouting of his name. He is going to quickly walk down and peek around the corner towards Dusty.
Being better than Bruce, Dusty.
And give like a finger shush, but not actually noise, but he gives the finger like up to his mouth and then waves this way towards him.
Yep.
And then he's going to go back up and into the room.
Okay. So you enter into the room.
Right.
And so what are you planning on doing in the room?
If I'm being entirely honest with you, I'm going to jump out the window.
You're gonna jump out the window?
Yes.
How do you all right, okay. There is a window. That window is right up here.
Yes. So I'm not gonna just crash through it. I'm gonna walk up to it, open it, and climb out.
All right.
And hang myself down and drop.
Yeah.
You know.
You should know that as soon as you do that, as I remove that part of the wall, you notice.
Oh no.
These individuals. Just as they have basically slid off of the roof onto the ground, you immediately get the sense those were the individuals that were in the room, and they had slipped out the window. So your instinct is correct. And so you're going to unlatch it. This is going to be a bit of a fall, though. If you want to try to acrobatics your way to tumble, feel free.
I'm going to climb out and hang down, so I don't know how tall the story is.
Okay,
but
if it's
I am going
climb,
to
so if it's a climb, it's going to be athletics. If it's a tumble, it's going to be acrobatics.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be tumbling, but I'm going to hang down as low as possible from the windowsill before I drop. That's what I mean.
Okay, minimum 10 anyhow, so.
Okay, acrobatics you say?
Acrobatic.
All right, here goes. That's a number.
Yep. So that is going to be 1d6 falling damage. Feel free to roll. Feel free to roll your own falling damage.
All right.
3 damage. To make things, I guess, more funny, let's just assume that this pile of boxes are over here, and you end up just crashing into those boxes, sort of like crashing into a trash dumpster or something. There's just a whole bunch of just broken wood around you. It was a hard fall. As soon as they see it, they realize that you are on them, and they are going to take action. Actually, they're not in the initiative.
Well, hold up. Before anything, I want to be like, I want to like really like panty, like performance wise. I want to be like, whew, did y'all know that the bar is on fire? and make it seem like I was scared from the fire, so I jumped out the window. I could be like, I could. Oh, y'all must have heard the bar was on fire. Good idea. I wish I had a roof to slide out on.
All right. So they're gonna quick look between each other as you say that, and they are going to book it.
Okay.
Of which case, when we start the next session, it's going to be a city chase.
Okay.
So you want to get in on that?
I did get attacked.
Yeah, that would have been scary.
Good thing I was yelling fire through the hall.
But let's complete this round before we end tonight's session.
Okay.
We're gonna go to Hal.
Oh dear God! I just got my ass kicked in the dark, right?
Yep.
Oh my God. Okay, so Hal is just in retaliation. Hal is just gonna be swinging around, and I guess he's like hitting whatever blindly with his axe.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna. I guess can he still hear anything walking away?
I mean, you could hear all sorts of things. You could do a perception check. It'd be at disadvantage though.
Yeah.
Your passive, I guess. There's all sorts of motion and stuff around you.
Okay, so it's not. Well, I'm probably gonna try and run my way through as well, but I think I'm gonna run in a diagonal direction like this way. Just run straight forward, basically.
All right. So you run straight forward. You almost hit the wall. So you have to slow down. And you manage to peek out just to notice this group of people here. There's all sorts of stuff that may happen in the next few turns, so we'll see how that works. But what is it that you plan to do in this circumstance?
I was gonna be like, wait, and Hal's gonna tear out the page that he was drawing a picture of Celaya. He's like, and I guess I'm gonna try and crinkle it up and throw it at her.
All right.
It was actually a really well done picture.
All right. If you're gonna throw it, go ahead and do an attack roll.
Is it just gonna be a straight just a straight attack roll?
Yeah.
All right, let's think. Ooh. That is not good. Is it? That's a 7, man. Nope. I guess it does not make it, obviously. Okay, well, gosh darn. Hal obviously has some unusual taste from his party members, but he's gonna end his turn there. He's like, ah, crap, it didn't go as far as he wanted. So he's gonna
this little
he's gonna
this little comedy like thing. It's like, yeah. Oh, damn it.
Damn. It doesn't. It goes like straight up and then just straight down.
All right, Cal. That's gonna be your turn.
Yep, that'll be
Duval, you have nothing but a big black mass between where you are at and where everybody else ended up. You know that two of your compatriots ended up upstairs. It's a very confusing situation.
Duval, being the man he is, has gotten in a lot of fights, and he let me make sure he does actually have this, but he does have this. He has fought in the dark before. He's fought in a magical dark, pretty sure. So he just kind of grins and says, "You think you can hide from me?" He's going to run 30 feet forward, right? That is not the right thing. He's going to move 30 feet right here, and basically he's just going to run in and jump and slam his lightning bolt into the ground where he thinks that his enemy is, but obviously he's not going to hit anything. So just like this loud crackling noise hit like as he slams his lightning bolt into the ground. Al, are you 10 feet or you're 10 feet away from me? So blind sight for 10 feet would mean that I can see Hal, correct?
If you have blind sight for 10 feet, this is magical darkness. I don't know if blind sight, blind fighting. You know, I gave it to Valimar, so I'll give it to you.
All right. Oh, my speed is actually doubled. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you're hastened.
So I'm just gonna walk over here and be like, hi.
You're partially in the darkness, and Hal, you're standing next to the darkness. You have no clue, and all of a sudden you hear, "Hi!"
Oh my god! Oh. Like Hal just has like a little like halfling heart attack. Oh my god.
Can you actually? So I can still, since I'm kind of in the darkness, I cannot see her still. Or no, she's 10 feet away.
Yeah. You get just
so
a silhouette.
He's gonna say, "I didn't say you could leave." He's gonna take. I think he's still good to move there, and he's going to make his attack with. Or actually, no, he's gonna stay right there.
Okay.
And he is going to throw his lightning bolt.
All right, throw the lightning bolt. Does the lightning bolt just continue to respawn in your hand? Is that kind of the deal?
That's what it is. It says when it's thrown, whether it hits or misses, it instantly like teleports back to my hand.
Well, it hits
for the
AC,
duration.
So go ahead and roll your damage. That is 8 damage.
8 lightning damage. Yeah. As it just kind of comes crackling out of the darkness.
She ends up stumbling, bending over, screaming out in pain. As soon as the lightning stops coursing, there's smoldering on her clothes, and there's these burns on her skin. And Valimar sort of like ducks, sort of takes a defensive position next to her. And is that gonna Is that how you do in your
yes.
turn? Okay.
That is all I can do.
All right. So I'm gonna do this a little out of order here. So, well, not out of order at all. I'm gonna do it in order. The thing is that Valimar and Celaya are not gonna get a turn. I'll tell you why. Because our barbarian friend is gonna rush forward. They're gonna continue once again the grappling fight against our. Hold on a second. Let me do this roll again. Boom. So one grapple versus another grapple. Yes. So, as an attempt to grapple from her, it is a failure. And he is basically what he's going to do in his turn is he is going to step out of the way, and he's going to step back here. And this is a fantastic way to end the night, everyone. Kirith is going to stand in the midst of the room, and he's going to say, "I've had it with this woman, and I've had it with all of you." And he's going to breathe in deep. And he is literally going to Fusro-Da all of you out of the building.
Uh-oh.
Every single one of you, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, yeah.
That is to say, all three of you at the door.
Oh my god.
Well, it makes sense.
How does Turnip keep getting the strongest ones?
Oh no.
Oh. All right. So, we have the Barbarian. Didn't roll very well. We'll add Force Plural to that. It's still going to be failure. Hal rolls an 8. Duval rolls a 9. We have Turnip that rolls a 15. A 15 is not bad, but it's not enough. The only person that is able to dodge this is Celaya Kendar. As everybody in this group is immediately thrown out of the door and is left tumbling on the steps outside. And the door slams shut behind you. And that, my friends, is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Wow. Oh,
Oh my god.
he even got the door shut.
It was the wind that did it. It was the force
Ah,
that did it.
Gotcha,
I kind of feel
gotcha.
bad about taking his money now.
I don't.
He really doesn't get paid enough.
Oh yeah, no, he was going through it like that whole cinematic. He only won that one grapple check, right?
Oh, yeah. No,
Only
it
the
was,
one, and the rest of the time he was getting thrown about. He was getting suplexed. Yeah, it was a thing. All right, well, everybody, I want to thank all of you for coming in and playing my game of D&D, and I want to thank all of you out there for sitting around, watching, hanging out with us. These are our players. We had Miram 1 playing as Farron.
Hope you all have a good night. Thank you very much.
We had our very own Beefy Boy Rising playing as Turnip.
It was a pleasure to present myself to y'all tonight. Have a good one.
We had our amazing Joe playing as Dusty Pan.
This is only the beginning.
We have Atomic Merc playing as Duval.
Well, good night to all. And, yeah, something like that.
And then last but not least, we got Phildo Baggins playing as Halbjorn.
Oh, Thank you for joining us all, and to all a good night. Stay warm.
And so the questions remain. Now that the culprits have been witnessed, and since they are leaving the scene of the crime, what will take place? Will it be a chase? What will happen to the rest of the individuals as they have been shuffled out of the tavern? We will find out next time on part 3 of Truffle is Brewing. It has been a pleasure and a privilege, and I, Chaotic and Writer, will see all of you in the next episode. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Guten Nacht,
Have a
mein
good night.
Freunden.
And we are going to do a hard close to the stream. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.